there was no one else around. So
Okay.
it's situational, and that was my point. Where like I think men do have, and women too, right? They do have some form of control. I think it's when people choose at which point they're going to actually control themselves. And I think that's kind of what's the problem is at what point do people decide, oh, it's not, I don't have that threshold, or I'm able to maintain that threshold. Because you're right, women do have that ability, and so do men. And so I think that it can go both ways.
The prescription would be the same thing as it used to be in the past, right? The dad brotherhood would answer the younger, new to a relationship guys' questions about, Dad, she gets emotional at the weirdest times. What do I do? Oh, kiddo, this is what you do, man. You just talk to her when you're at home and let her know, hey, look, we can't do this in public. Just let her know that. She'll understand then. And but we don't have that dad brotherhood that we used to have in such
Hmm.
force like we used to have it. And so a lot of young guys don't know these things that we as men learn over time. And even some of the men in the 35 to 40s area, they don't know this until they've been through enough relationships or things like that to be able to have this emotional intelligence or this communication intelligence, right? And the
Mhm.
communication intelligence, I think, is more so what women refer to when they talk about emotional intelligence, because the communication means more because it controls the emotions for the woman, right? Like if
Hmm.
a man is good at talking to his woman and can calm her down, he is emotionally intelligent because he understands what's going on with her emotions, and he understands, hey, look, she wants to talk about something, she's feeling a certain way. When we get home we need to talk about this, but right now I need to make sure she knows just to calm it down, and he'll communicate that effectively to you. You'll wait until you get home, have the conversation if you're good at your control side, right? So there is a lot that goes into it. Women also, though, have lost the matron. They've lost the woman that was the mom, that could give you all the same espousals that the dad would give the son, right? Like the woman would say, "Mom, I don't know what to do right now. What do I do? My husband's doing this thing," and the mom would be like, "Oh, that's normal. Guys do that. Just talk to him about it if you have a problem with it." And then you'd go and you'd talk to him about it, and y'all square things out. But we
Hmm.
don't have these figureheads as prevalent in society as we used to. So a lot of guys don't have that to help shoulder the brunt of their daily rituals within their marriages and things.
All right, so Marte was shaking his head. You disagree with something. Go ahead and speak, brother.
I think that's the dumbest shit. Like, no, not what you just said, Cleaner, but I think that's dumb as shit to me as a statement to make. This whole term emotional intelligence, when that
Uh-oh.
first came out, I think the reason why I think it's dumb is because if you think about this is a dichotomy that's presented, which doesn't exist at extremes in any form of reality that we see. If the ship is sinking, people don't divert to like intelligence when they're extremely emotional, because when people are driving as well too, I'll give you another example. When people are driving, people will say, shut up, I need to think, right? What does that imply? That I need to become less emotional so that way I can lean towards logic. Those two don't exist at extremes when it comes to like different levels. What you're talking about is just leadership and decision making. That's all you're talking about. We've come to terms with this and saying, well, no, we're just going to mix things together. We're just going to say this is fire water now. And like, okay, cool. I mean, it sounds cool, but to me, it's like it doesn't exist on the same plane if you think about it, because men don't have to become more emotional. If a ship is sinking, they want to shut the fuck up so that way we could say, I need to think and do critical thinking, because if I'm going to die on the ship, I need my women and kids sailing off on the life rafts and the vessels and shit like this, because we are a liability the more emotional we become. So it's like, and I get it, there's a distinction between you saying, well, I need to determine a time, where we're going to have this argument, not right now because she's emotional. To me, I just think that that's just solid decision making when we're thinking about this. That's it. We're just, I understand the term was made up, but I think it's a stupid term. I think it's really dumb, to be honest.
Oh, does
Which
anybody
which
disagree with
term?
Marte?
Which term?
No, but I want to add to that. I think we put all of the regular expectations on men, but women don't have the same expectations of just submitting, just doing what your husband says and not causing a stink out in public and disrespecting him and emasculating him like that. And I think that women, I don't understand why it's so hard. It must be because they don't have a father figure in the home That's the only thing I could think of, because like when you do have a father figure in the home, what, even well, I don't know so much with single mothers, because according to the data, single mothers are more likely to abuse their children. But from my mom or dad, I would get a look and I stopped immediately. And then it was, do I need to have a conversation with your father when he gets home? And then it was like, you stopped immediately. It was learning obedience. And it's like, it's just impossible for modern women to be obedient.
Well, I kind of wanted to touch on something that was said too. Is you said something about, maybe just tell them to deal, or the mother would just tell them to deal with it later in the household. I feel like they were told that almost too much. Silence is a perpetuator of a lot of cycles, right? It allows a lot, it hides a lot. So it's like there is certain times I feel like where a argument or a discussion is needed in the moment. You do need to have something to where you guys can have a decision at the end of that conversation right away. I do think there are some conversations though that aren't meant for everyone out in the business, and I don't think anyone should be really knowing what's going on in a relationship in public. But also there shouldn't be a disrespect from either side. And I think that goes, with what you were saying with the obedience part, where I think that in a lot of like older times, like you said, young women were taught the obedience. And I don't think that necessarily we are not wanting to be obedient, but I think that in this day and age, we're using our voices more, and I feel like sometimes that makes people uncomfortable, and sometimes that's the right thing to do. And I feel like it's just a learning curve in a lot of areas. But I do think that the emotional IQ, or the emotional part of things, I think that there's maturity and there's also an emotional IQ, because you can have an emotional maturity level, you can also have an emotional IQ of like what actual emotions are, right? I do think you can understand emotions, and you can see nod your head, but I do think you can understand emotions to a degree. I do think that you can have some understanding, and it goes more than just communication. Because if you can't, and there's a communication part of it too, because you need to be able to grasp the concept. Someone can tell you something all day long, but if you can't grasp that concept, they're speaking gibberish to you. So it's like I feel like there's a lot of parts that go into things like that. But yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Well, that's where I think I agree with Marte on this emotional intelligence thing. So, like, yes, there is something to men maturing and becoming more emotionally aware and understanding how emotions work. Right? We're never going to understand how all of women's emotions work, because sometimes y'all are
Right.
crazy. But the problem is the conflation of terminology. When women say emotional intelligence, they're typically referring to how a man talks to them, their tone, what they're saying, when they're saying
Mansplaining.
it. It's not, it doesn't actually have to do with whether or not he's right. It doesn't have to do with whether or not he's actually emotionally mature. It has to do with how he's talking to her.
Right.
I can
Well,
agree with that.
well, that's the problem too, is you'll have tone policing, and this happens
Yeah,
often.
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Like the thing is though, I'll talk to a woman and it's like, this is the reason why men need to divert to logic, and we need to just throw emotion out of it sometimes, but we have to actually explain why I do things. Because if I was with Night Magic, I think that's your name, right? And like, let's say like Night Magic is my wife. I tell her, we're not going to the store, we're not buying the $3,000 dress because I said so, right? It's not going to make a lot of sense to her because she may be emotional. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch to logic and say, the reason why we're not buying that dress, and I'm going to say this one final time so I don't have to explain it to you, and I go into the reason why, because of our budgets, and the reason why we have a wedding coming up and we can't afford it, because it's going to make more sense. But it doesn't matter how emotional she is. I have to divert to logic no matter what. I can't sugarcoat shit with her when it comes to things, because I can say, well, let me switch how I tell her this. It doesn't really matter. But that's the thing where you have mansplaining coming into the picture, where women will say, well, he's telling me something I already know, and they call it mansplaining. Well, that's the problem, is though it's a very sexist term, because if a woman did that to me, you'd never hear me say I'm woman-splaining it to you. That's why it's really one-sided. That's why words like emotional intelligence come into fray. You'll never hear men say this. Cleaner may be an offshoot by saying this, but men don't say things like this. We don't say vibes. We don't say feels or any of this stuff. We don't, only women talk in this language, in this spectrum universe where they're just making up these words that come into concept. But it's like, you understand that if a man starts talking in vibes and all this other stuff, he's actually becoming more feminine by mirroring that language. And you don't want that. To me, it's like, you want the guy that's going to be thinking when the ship's sinking, not freaking out like you. You want him to be cool, calm, level-headed. That's why stoicism was such a big thing. And we talk about people like Christ and things like that. He was meek to the nth degree and also fierce to the nth degree. I think that when we look at this and mirror this, I think that a man can be firm, fair, and consistent in his emotions to where it's like, I don't ever see him pissed. He doesn't get mad. Well, that's good, because it should be rare for him to cry in front of you. It should be rare for him to get pissed off in front of you. I think that the thing that should be consistent is maybe you being emotional and him being the rock that your emotional waves crash into.
All right, real quick, I want to read something from my brother Lewis Rich. Happy belated birthday to you, man. I know your birthday was on the 4th. It's not an excuse that I didn't call you, but I was busy. And I just want to let you know I was busy, and that's why I didn't call you to shout you out for your birthday. But my boy Lewis Rich says emotions are transitioned through culture mostly. And what I mean is how a child is raised. What I mean is the child reflects what is shown and learns from visuals also. That is 100%. Anybody disagree with my brother?
I agree, because we have to map on to behavior from what we see. If I have a single mom, I'm probably going to be more sensitive and emotional for the women that I date, thus probably turning them off, as opposed to the women that, because you'll hear women complain about men on the dating market. They'll complain all day long and they'll say there's nobody to date. Well, guess what? A lot of single moms are raising these kids, and these boys tend to be more emotional, more sensitive on average, because they don't have a reference point as far as a man to be dealing with, which is a whole different debate or topic that we can get into. I'm pretty sure Cleaner agrees with me on this, but I do think that if we could bring the man back in the home, maybe two men, because we have God and then we have a real father. EBT, I think, was a good start in bringing men back in the home, but that's neither here nor there. But I do think that if you bring more men around men who are fathers or even father figures, you're going to have more men that you want to date on the dating market. And you're going to produce more of a dating market that's going to produce more husbands, things like this. And I think that's a good thing, man.
I think
Yeah.
All right. So do any of the ladies disagree with my brother's statement? Emotions are transitioned through culture mostly. And what I mean is how a child is raised. What I mean is the child reflects what is shown and learns from visuals.
That's what I was
ladies
saying.
have to say about that. Ladies,
Yep.
what do you have to say about that?
What's interesting to me is there's been a study done, right, in other countries where they don't have any type of televisions, they don't have any type of social media, and their emotions are so much more vast and so much more positive than those that they are open and see what we see, right? And there's also a whole study that was done with places that don't have, our walls have square edges. There's places that don't have that, and even their emotions are different. So I completely agree that based on what your environment is, based on what you're seeing, based on what's taught to you, you're going to shape your world. I mean, that's how we're raised, that's how we grow, that's how we learn. And to what the point was that you were saying earlier, I think that you need to bring the correct men into that picture, not just any man. Because right now what we're seeing is there's a lot of men in the picture who are raising men, who are raising boys, who are raising these, young men. They're just not raising them properly. They're doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And then, here we are as women now expecting them to be different, but nothing different is being taught. So I do agree with you completely about, there needs to be kind of like a revamp in that area. And I think personally there needs to be more classes for even parents to learn how to be better parents, to understand their kids. I think that's a big thing too, is a lot of people don't take the time to understand their kids and how their kids learn. So they expect them to learn or adapt to the same world views that they have, and they're teaching them the same way that they learn, but their kids aren't learning the same way they learn. They're not meant to. We're all wired differently. So if we're teaching them something that they can't completely understand, I'm not talking about emotions per se, that's pretty cut and clear, right? You should be able to grasp how people have emotions. But in other areas, I don't think that some parents take enough time to learn how their kids actually grasp situations and actually learn for them to take the time to properly teach them. That's a whole other debate. But
I mean, that's a whole different question. But to answer the question to Mr. Rich, I think that you should teach your kids. Yes, women are the carriers of culture. That's what we're women. We carry on the traditions. That is our role in the nuclear family. But you can't protect your children from everything you see in this world. I mean, you can teach them and like, listen, this is what is being, because we live in a world that's internet society. They see all kinds of things, but this is what your values are. This is what I'm teaching you. Yes, you may hear it in music or see it on the internet, on Instagram and all of that, but you need to be able to teach your kids, this is not reality. This is what it is. So as long as you teach them that, I think that's
all right.
what they're going to learn.
Looks like Marte disagrees.
I disagree. I don't think women protect the culture. I think it's men protecting the culture. We can see an instance of illegal immigration coming in, and they're warping our culture because of bringing Islam, everything else. Men are the people that are in the trenches on the front lines defending, matter of fact, of
but
what
we
we're
pass on the culture, though, Marte. We pass on the culture. We pass on traditions. That's women.
All that
you protect it. Yes, you protect
though.
it, and then we pass on the tradition. That's what I mean. We pass on the culture.
But here's the thing, though. If you can't protect this, you have nothing to preserve. If you can't safeguard any of this, it starts with the men first. We are the ones who are incentivized to not only protect this culture, you have to actually, this is why selection is extremely important. If you pick wrong or you select bad when it comes to these things, you didn't survive a harsh winter. Matter of fact, you not only didn't survive a harsh winter, your bloodline didn't even survive. So when we're talking about protecting traditions and culture, they're all one and the same. We can see an instance of the UK not protecting their culture. They're going to become an Islamist country in the next 20 years because the men, you would never say the women didn't protect the culture. That's why. That sounds nonsensical if I was to tell you that. It's because of the men at the helm doing this. I think when it comes to the matriarch of the family, we have like Big Mama and things like this. I think that she can be the glue. She can be the glue to keeping it together. But as far as protecting it and preserving it, that's the men.
I agree with that. I said that we pass on the tradition. That's our role as women. We pass on the
just like
men
do. I mean,
like men protect it. And to Gabby's point, I was gonna say, I'm like, yes, when not your children, we evolved as people too. So when you come to this, when you're raising children, it's kind of like, I don't know. I think that it's a little bit of both. So you should be able to break generational curses.
So he came in. Yeah, he came in and said something else. He says, but also a single woman bringing different energy into the household, like dating different men, also take different energy into their home. That's like spreading mixed messages.
No, that's not okay. That's not okay.
Because that's vibes, energy.
There's more to the whole thing. Yeah, it's not just as simple as like, okay, so Marte said men protect the culture. Men do protect the culture. Yes. Gabby said women pass the culture on. Women do pass the culture on.
Yes, they do.
Men pass on parts of the culture as well that are important for men to show they're young, whether it's a man or a woman or a young lady or a young man, right? So there are parts of all of it that are correct, right? Men build society and women socialize it so it's worth being in. That's the important thing here.
The communal sense, yes.
Right, right.
So with Rich's comment, I got beef with that. When you start using words like vibes and energy and things like this, can you tell me what the definition of vibes and energy is? I guarantee if I ask everybody on the panel what energy means, you're going to get 5 different definitions as to what energy is. So I hate the fact that language is being, I would say, brought into the point to where it's like we're actually making words meaningless. And this paragraph that he just said right now is doing just that. If you can say, if a guy brings different duty into the household, right? We know what that is, but nobody knows what energy and vibes are. It's like a feeling. So these things are conditional and nobody knows what that means when you say things like that. I'm just going to say that. That's it.
All right. Hey, Lewis, the link is in the chat if you want to pull up, brother. If you want to pull up and explain, give more context, you're more than welcome. Go ahead, Gabby. Go ahead, Gabby.
I'm a spiritual person, but I will say on this day and age, a lot of people do not know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's just be straight up honest here. A lot of people do not do the healing work. A lot of people do not do the actual energy work. A lot of people like to say that they're doing it. A lot of people like to say that it sounds good. A lot of people like to say that. But I think what she was, I wanted to kind of get back to what she was getting at was like historically in culture, right? There was no writing anything down. Women were literally dutied with like historically verbally passing down traditions, making sure that the household was taken care of in a certain manner, certain way to preserve what it is that they maintained, right? And you mentioned the hierarchy, you mentioned protecting that. I think that now in our day and age, because everything has changed, and because women are seen as should be able to be are seen as more able or more competent of taking care of themselves, right? Not just a whole village. I think there's a lot of duties that have changed, and to what the someone's put was like the energy into someone's house. I don't think it is okay to consistently bring men in every single day, right? I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that that is a proper way to teach your kids. It's not my duty as a parent to decide that, but I don't think that's okay. That's not what I would do. However, I do think that if that man is being brought in, it should be for a valid reason, right? If that man is being brought in, that the kids should be taken in consideration of what are they going to teach that man? I mean, what are they going to teach those kids? What is this man going to bring to those kids? What is this man going to bring to the house? What is this man? Because it's not just the kids. I mean, it's not just the man at that point that needs to be considered, right? Because that woman then has to take care of her kids. But then she's acting as a man and a woman at that point in time. So she's acting as the protector and as the nurturer. So then it goes to, okay, but those kids also deserve to have a man or a man role in their life that is positive, right? Because there's a lot, I feel, of energy that gets projected in the beginning of where it seems positive and it's just not. And I don't mean to throw around the word energy, but there's a lot of kind of people who project that they are better than what they are, right? So I do think that it should be the right proper
Sure.
time to introduce a man or an individual to your kids, but I don't think that it should be consistently every day. And I do think that it should be somebody who has the same values as you, and that's a whole. I think that that's a whole union that should take place at some point, but it should be done. I think someone said, the selection. I think it should be done carefully, and I think that that's what we're lacking in our day and age too. We're not thinking about selection. Men and women alike seem to just be thinking about the sex aspect of things, not necessarily the actual long-term aspect of things.
All right,
Sure.
go ahead. All right, go
The-
ahead, Athena, and then Cleaner.
So I don't want to be rude, but like sometimes women just say a lot of things when it could be shortened down to like one thing.
Oh,
A man with good
I agree.
character.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Like I
Yeah.
guess they call it word salad. And no offense,
Yeah.
I
No.
know that most women are not as articulate as men. They're not as good at communicating. They haven't been trained on how to have these types of discussions and debates and whatnot. They weren't groomed for that. So I understand most women aren't good for that. But anyways, back to what I was saying. It comes down to character. Men with strong, good character. You actually want to bring as many men with good character around your children in the community so they can see that. And I'll just rest my plane there.
hey, Gabby. In other words, this is what Athena's trying to say. You're doing a whole lot of this. That's basically what she's saying. That's basically
Yeah.
what she's saying.
It's cool.
It's not
I
not
get
an
that.
attack. Yeah, it's not an attack.
It's
No,
not
I
an
really
attack.
wasn't taking it as one. I like to talk, so that's not going to stop me.
Well, no, there's just a difference in how men and women communicate, and like what Marte pointed out earlier, that I may be a different type of man. Now,
Mhm.
I'm the same type of man. When I'm talking to men, I'm not going to be talking with the same language as when I'm talking to women, trying to get women to understand something, right?
I
So
agree.
my language skills will show off in different ways. Uh,
Mhm.
yes,
I agree.
women tend to say things in a little bit longer form or add things to them that other women will understand the point of. Men will need someone to kind of sum it up because we have a short attention span when we feel like someone's rambling.
Right. All right. So Marte, as far as the question goes, what do you have on it, bro? Society understands that women express emotions due to hormones. So why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones? What do you got for that?
So it's a little different. I think this is a really comprehensive question to ask, and I'm going to do my best to try to answer this.
All right.
So here's the thing, though. Whenever you get women that are pissed, you hear stories all the time. Of the woman who had the baby trapped under the car, she'll lift the car up, right? We've all heard this. Nod your head. I know you guys have heard this, right? Now, here's the problem that never gets brought up, right? The reason why men are told to really control their hormones, I think, for the most part, is because we actually have more force. Like, think about it, if the same situation were to happen, and this somehow creates a superwoman dilemma, which is false, I think. So if a car was trapped underneath or on top of a baby, and you had to rescue a baby, and our adrenaline is pumping, we literally rip doors off of handles. Like, just think about what men can do in that situation. Women aren't so superhuman with emotions compared to like what men do, but when men get emotional or anything happens, we cause more damage, more violence, and more everything else. So this is why men need to really keep things in check as far as like becoming more stoic, becoming the rock that her emotions can crash into, because women can't cause that much damage. They need help. They need scissors, knives to stab or something like that. Whereas men, it's like, we just need bare hands. That's it. So here's the other thing too. There's also this other lie in this dilemma when we talk about pain thresholds and things like that. When it comes to emotions, they've done this, and you guys can actually look this up. Women have actually told me in debates, they're like, you don't understand the pain women go through because of childbirth and everything else. And this is tied to emotions, hormones, and everything else. And I'll even prove this right now. You can look this up and see proof. Women will say, well, because I give birth, you don't understand. You're not weak. You would die if you had birth, right? Well, hold on. Actually, if you guys could, or somebody else look it up, look up the study where they did where men passing kidney stones. Matter of fact, women have rated this higher pain than pregnancy and all this other shit. We've had people go to the hospital, kidney stones and everything else. So it's like, when you have this, no, men tolerate pain that women have themselves said is worse than childbirth for the most part. If you look at this through any diagram, it's like, no, we're equal when it comes to certain things and value. But when it comes to emotions, we experience the same myriad of emotions, but women's are spurred more than ours as far as more conditional up and down. We're more conditional. I mean, more consistent when it comes to this. But the reason why, just to answer the question real quick, is because men cause more damage. We cause more destruction. We have more force at our disposal, where women don't. They really don't. But I don't think that women should get special treatment, because they can't. You still shouldn't hit a man. You could get hit back. And I think we should defend ourselves. So it's like, yeah, I think we should have equal value. We're not the same. The only value, equality we have is value. That's it.
I like that he said too that, basically, a woman shouldn't be provoking a man to hit her, right? I don't think that, and vice versa. But also, a woman shouldn't be treating a man as a man and not expecting a man's response. I'm sorry, but like, if you're gonna talk to a man a certain way and you're gonna be a man, you want to do this and that, let a man expect a man's response. So I like that he said that, because I don't think it's right for a woman to do that to a man, or a man to do that to a woman. But also, I feel like in our day and age, a lot of it, women think that it's okay to provoke a man because, oh, he's not gonna do anything, this and that. Okay, but what if he does? Right? What if he does? And in some certain situations, that does happen. And then all of a sudden they act surprised. So I do think that, I don't think that's okay. But I did like what you said about that. That's all.
Well,
okay.
Magic,
So
there has to be a response to an approach. And unless you have like approach to determine your responses, you'll never learn anything. So people will never progress to think about the same logic. The same logic, it goes like this. Well, as long as I can kick a bear and piss a bear off, it should respect my wishes and not attack me. It's the same rhetoric if I was to talk to Cleaner and I'm just like an 18-year-old kid and Cleaner outsizes me. It's like, well, he should know not to attack me because I'm more frail than him. It's the same stupid logic. Like, then we could just attack wild animals then if that's the case and just expect them not to attack us. Nothing else in nature works that way. You can't map this on anything else and make logical sense. So, yeah.
Okay, so Marte, why do you think men are told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones?
Why are we told to suppress our sexuality?
Yeah, when our sex drive is tied to hormones.
Well, it all goes back to force. I mean, but here's the thing though, is like, if you think about it, we don't control the sexual market. We actually don't when it comes to this, but when we do control it, it's bad. So this is why I think we shouldn't do this, because it creates this false dilemma or false dichotomy, because I think that here's the problem with the red pill. When you talk about the schism, when there's an overcorrection of red pill, not the descriptor part about this, but men will often complain about hoes all the time while producing more hoes and creating more hoes at the same time. I'm against men sleeping around just like I am women sleeping around. I think that when both keep them in check, I think it's good. You shouldn't have men saying, well, it's okay for me to sleep around, because growing up, if I slept around and banged a bunch of women, I'd be called the king, the man on campus. But if Athena did that, she's a hoe. She's all kinds of names that aren't nice. I think that when both people do this, we now have equal value in the arena. Despite people saying, well, no, you should develop experience and all this, I don't think that, guys are very confused as to what whole thing should go in and how to have sex. It's all the same. It's like, yeah, even a novice learning his first time is going to figure out how to get a girl pregnant. So I think that rhetoric is stupid, that you need to have experience before you have sex. That's the dumbest shit, because you're creating more hoes and creating a problem. I'll just end this real quick. If I went into a bathroom with a girl and we're both virgins and I left and my value went up and hers went down, how vampiric of me to do this to her, to create this stupid dichotomy where I'm ruining other people's value and mine's increases. No, it's stupid. It's this excuse, artard language that people come out with to justify creating more hoes that they then can complain about.
All right, real quick, I wanna welcome my boy Lewis Rich to the panel. Shout out to you, bro.
Howdy, everybody.
All right, hey man, long time no see. You see what we got going on now, right?
Oh yeah, I've been paying attention.
You see, we over here having a good old time, brother. Welcome to the panel, man. Welcome to the panel.
Appreciate it.
Oh
appreciate
yeah, absolutely.
For having me. Coming live to y'all from Thailand. So
Ooh, I want to
cool.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. You came in at a very great time in the conversation. I know you were sounding off in the chat, and there was a little bit of a misunderstanding with what you were saying in the chat. But as far as the question goes, what do you have for the question right now, bro?
There was a few things I did actually want to respond to.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, Mr. Pro, Mr. Marty. If it's okay if I call you Mr. Pro.
That's fine.
As far
I'll allow it.
Okay, I appreciate that, man.
Oh, really?
Coming from the standpoint of historical value, history, energy, our ancestors used to describe someone's approach, their characteristics, like you were stating earlier, based off of the energy that they felt off of people from our ancestors, Indians, the culture. If they felt a certain way, they would go into talking to the spiritual, the spiritual sense, like what Miss Magic was saying earlier too. There was a lot of times when, if they've had a bad feeling about something, they based that feeling, like you said earlier, it's off of feelings. There's a lot of them that base feelings and use their spirit gods or whatever you want to call it to verify if what they were feeling was correct. Now, for me, myself, I'm connected spiritually to a lot of things. So, like, if you get a bad feeling about something, that could be described as an energy. Now, not everybody goes into that. Not everybody believes in those type of things. And I can say this honestly from myself, I'm on the fence with it because it also taps into religion and all that stuff too. And I don't do religious conversations with everybody because some conversations can't be had with everybody. But I want to basically stick on the subject matter of, like you were saying, I totally agree with you saying duties and characteristics, because I'm from a military background as well as I serve myself. So duty and characteristics play a big part. But in today's society, if you say duty and characteristics to someone of this generation, like you said, they're going to use the word vibe or energy. Now, do I use that? No, I don't. I'll probably say energy if anything. No. But I'm saying I'll probably use energy depending on who I'm talking to.
You said I don't use vibe and energy, and then you just use energy, and then you said you don't use energy. So
yeah, he's saying in a general sense. He's saying in a general
sense. And yeah, in general sense, like depending on the person I'm talking to, I will present it that way. But one word you will never hear me use is vibing.
Yeah.
In context.
I get what you mean
energy,
too.
If I say energy, you'll hear me say that, depending on the person, because like I said, not everybody can extinguish the conversation when I'm using that term. Because everybody defines.
I got to push back a little bit.
Defines it differently.
All right, go ahead, Marte. You got it.
I got to push back because what you're talking about, remember, I'm not going to make this into a whole religious conversation. I used to be a shaman. I don't know if any of you guys know what that is. I was a grandmaster in right-hand Reiki. I was a yoga instructor over at Sedona. We held retreats. I used to make $7K a month, which I thought I was balling at the time. Come to find out that as far as like people that take advantage of things in pyramid schemes is rife with that community, and you become a deity unto yourself. And then, not to mention this, but when you're using language like the Native Americans use this in their household and things like this, no, they actually pattern themselves, if we want to be accurate, off of tradition, right, and off of behaviors. They didn't say, well, his energy was off. No, that to me, and I'll point out why that's nonsensical too. If I was dating Athena and Athena's my wife, she would then say something like, no, the energy changed in the room. No, that's sociological behavior that she noticed, because she noticed subconsciously that I started putting my phone face down in conversations, and then I had it on silent when 6 months before I didn't do this. Subconsciously, she's not going to register this because her social awareness is that acute to where she's now picking up on things that she can't name. So she's going to call it energy. No, it's just pattern recognition machines that we are as human beings. The Native Americans did this. So when they said it was energy, we're talking about gut instinct and all this. That doesn't exist sociologically, and statistics already debunked all this spiritual stuff. But when I'm talking about in the sense of like reading people's energy and stuff like that, a lot of that's been debunked. But going back into this, it's like we're social awareness, pattern recognition creatures. So women will obviously read the room and they'll notice things when subconsciously they'll be like, no, he's just acting different. I just can't put my finger on that. So they're really reading body language, they're reading social cues, and they're also reading descriptors as well too, meaning like odors, things like this. Women are really good masters when it comes to things like this. That's why when you had the matriarch of the family, you actually had to introduce the person you were dating to them, because you were vetted by that person who could then read the room and had this survival instinct of like, no, you know what? I know what a predator looks like. He doesn't behave like this. So, but in new language, we've now brought in the language to the degree where we bastardized it and made it meaningless. So now everything's vibes and energy now, where it's like, no, it's just conditional. I feel. And it's like, if I were to ask you about, well, what exactly did you not like him? Oh, it's just because of how he's acting. You don't know, because if you can't even describe whether or not this was a reference point to where some pain that you've experienced in the past, somebody that R-worded you, somebody that just maybe your mood that day. So it's like people don't really know what they're talking about. Let's be honest here when they use words like energy and all this other stuff. So even the Native Americans, they were more based because they actually looked at behavior, pattern recognition, all that stuff. So that's more accurate, to be honest.
So I want to add on to that, because I do agree with you. I think most of it is bullshit, but I think there might be some people who are trying to reference what the Bible calls discerning of spirits, which is, you could say it's energy, but we fight a spiritual battle. There are angels, there are demons. So there might be people with a gift of discerning of spirits. That would be something I think you would have to talk to a priest or something to find out. But I agree with you. Most of it is just recognizing body language, like you said, odors, all of that. But I won't say that it's impossible for someone to have a gift like discerning of spirits. I think that is possible.
I want to speak on that because I'm very empathic. I'm somebody who's had that gift since a young age. I've done things since I was little. Like I'm very much, and it's more than just picking up on things.
Nearly everyone's going to say she's an empath.
Like
that's clearly all across the board.
On social cues, it's not
all women.
Tell me one woman that's not going to say she's not an empath.
What'd you just say?
Wait. Tell me one woman that's never said she's an empath at one point in her life.
There's plenty of women that aren't, because they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And I'm gonna be honest with that. And like you said, a lot of people
they haven't went through their empath stage in life. You know how people have a hoe phase? Women have an empath stage when they go through this. You know, they just haven't went through this. It's like, come on, bro.
So right.
More than just picking up on social cues. It's not just that. There's more to that, and that can't be taught. There's nothing that can be taught.
Can you demonstrate this for me?
And can I demonstrate it for you?
I can't.
I can't. Honestly, not right now. How am I supposed to demonstrate that for you? Honestly,
I can.
You can logically. If you can logically demonstrate this for me, or give me an example, or pull up a reference, I'd love to hear it.
I can actually give you a performative explanation
for you in a full situation and a breakdown, because I can't fully break that down for you right now because it is a spiritual thing. And honestly, Native Americans, they weren't just doing social things. They did believe in their ancestors. Their ancestors were correct. And like he was getting to the point of, it's not just, woohoo. It's what if people believe in it, then that's what gets through them. I'm not trying to make this spiritual, like a religion versus spirituality thing. But if people believe in that spirituality, yes, I do agree with you though. It is a big pyramid scheme for a lot of things. I will say a lot of people do fall victim to that. A lot of people do fall victim to the it sounds so good and come do this and that. A lot of it has to be done on your own. Like
But
I think that a lot of it has to be done on your own.
you
Mm.
you
But
understand by your logic, transformer women are the most spiritual people in our culture. By your logic, if we're going to use your logic, then they're more spiritual than anybody else because they believe what they are and they're spiritual. Because even though we can't see this, we have to trust them. Even though you can't prove this, touch it, taste it, or anything like that. We're just supposed to coincide with this and co-sign this agreement.
a
Yeah.
reality, right?
People with
But
real
I,
gifts will have
yeah, but
fruits.
I
You'll
imagine they
see it.
There's
I
there's
know
a
but these
conflation
transformer
here.
people will tell you that you can see it. It doesn't just it just somehow
but I
exists and we have to
imagine it,
acknowledge
right?
it.
And
But
and
has
there's even a little bit of an equivocation between
Yeah, go
y'all
ahead,
because
cleaner.
you're
Go
not.
ahead, cleaner.
I think you guys just are misinterpreting each other. When Rich is saying energy, right? I understand what he means. I understand what it is he's talking about. When y'all were talking about the idioms and the subconscious cues that happen in society, I get what you're talking about. I understand it. What you're all not understanding about each other is that you're all talking about the same thing, really. All right. So the conflation of energy, feelings, empathy, all of these things, it's subconscious intuition. Like I'm a big guy. I'm 6'5". When I'm in great shape, I'm at 280 pounds. I'm probably about 320 right now. I got a beer gut. Um, so when I walk into a room, everyone tells me they sense an aura when I come into the room, whatever my mood is. And I understand what they mean. It's subconscious intuition.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I said. That's not
they can see
anything
you. It's
spiritual.
not
It's
right. It's
yeah.
not energy. But the same thing is women don't always understand this and young men don't always understand this. They think it's energetics or some kind of
Yeah.
spirit or spirituality or something like that because they don't understand it. It just hasn't been explained to them. That's all. And I get that Rich understands the difference. He was showing me that he understood the difference. It's just easier to say the energy because you're talking to a certain crowd. And I get that. I understand that. I do it too when I'm trying to metaphorically explain things to people so they'll be able to understand, right? And Marte, I get why you have a disconnect with this because, bro, I know you've been a bodybuilder, you've been like rational man for a long time. Really, I mean, no, seriously, brother, I get it.
All
You're
right,
stuck. You're
let's hear
stuck
it.
in
Let's
ration
hear
and
it, cleaner.
reason.
Go ahead.
No, you are. You're in the ration and reason and all of that
Uh,
and logic, and you see a lot of feminists in what you do, and so you have a certain wall you put up where you don't want to put up with that kind of language,
it's not a
and you don't want to
wall.
listen to it.
It's
But
a
there is like you have to know how to talk to other people in the right way, and this goes back to like when men emotionally mature, this EQ thing that women talk about, emotional intelligence, communication skills. It's just being able to talk to other types of people who
oh,
are of different communication styles correctly.
but
That's
hold on,
all.
cleaner.
That's not
We
EQ though.
we're now talking past
Sorry.
each other a little bit, and here's the issue that I have with that you just said, and I just caught it when you said we have to learn how to talk to other people. I agree that can also be two things can actually be true, but here's what I think more people should do. And you said, yeah, I get it because people use energy, vibes, and all this other stuff. I think that there should be correction. I think there's room
Sure.
for corrections. And I think we should also educate people on how we should be talked to. That's the problem with this, is that when we have a low literacy rate and a comprehension rate that's going to 8th grade level and actually plummeting right now, I think that it's a duty of us to actually kind of correct grammar on things that people are actually confusing, especially when you're given a broad term and that can mean 5 different things. It's just laziness that I'm not going to buy into. I think I'm doing another man in a justice actually when I say no. What I mean by saying this, and I actually give a descriptor, and I mean what I say, something that's clear that 5 people in the room know exactly what it is. Because if I asked everybody, what this is the energy in the room. Because a thing is going to be like energy. That means the action, right? And then if I ask Bravo over here, he means no, a feeling. So it's like, but if I'm accurate with what I say and I create a distinction with language and I don't muddy words that are meaningless to this degree, I'm now educating and helping the next path to become more discernible, less confusing, and I'm actually helping his path in life a lot better.
I agree, but I also understand that I have a panel of 3 rational men and 2 ladies that I don't know, right? And so I'm trying to speak in a way that everyone will understand whenever we're talking about these different things, like the questions that Anonymous is giving us. That way everyone can understand what it is we're talking about. I'm not necessarily trying to do social correction right now, and what I do is more about teaching people's subconscious the brainwashing that's gone on so that they can resist it. So I'm typically not going to try and push back a whole lot on definitions and specific words and things. I'm going to try and relate things metaphorically so all sides can understand what it is that we're talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, does anybody else have anything on this topic so we can go ahead and keep the show pushing? Everybody good?
No, I actually did want to address it because I don't think I actually addressed.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as far and it kind of actually adds on to what Marte is saying. And this is the example I give. If I spend years, and the reason for I'm giving this, I guess, analogy is because men will say that the more sex that they have with women, their value goes up. They had to work for it, and it makes them more desirable, right? Because they had to work for it to get it. I can work for a really long time building a paper ship and then take it to the ocean and put it in and it sinks. But I still put a lot of work into it, but it wasn't successful. And the studies show that the more sexual partners that a woman has, the more likely she is to not be able to have a long-term relationship. Well, it also shows that men are unable to stay faithful to one woman long-term. They will stay with the woman, but they'll cheat on her, which is essentially sabotaging the relationship. And so neither one is good, but I think that the reason why it's important for men to practice sexual discipline is so that women can't use them, especially whenever they're more of a novice. Women will use that to manipulate men and kind of string them along to get what they want. And then the last thing I want to say is, just like you said, Marte, sex isn't rocket science. I know plenty of virgins who married and they don't have issues in their marriage. They're perfectly fine. And they get to learn and grow with each other with no issues. So it's not, if two people are wanting to achieve the same goal, which is climax and children and all of that, I promise you, they're not going to struggle with that if they're both willing to help each other. It's just not that difficult.
Yeah, I think that if we can practice more self-control, I think that's better, and we produce a better society. Because think about this. If we can practice better sexual control with our impulses, think about how we can branch us off to other metrics in life. This could be dieting. This could be anything else. I mean, if you cheat on a diet, what else would you cheat on? If you cheat on your wife, what else would you cheat on? We can literally replicate this throughout society. And what's happened is we've destroyed tradition in mass. I think illegal immigration, amongst everything else, and the infiltration of feminism has causes. Feminism has infiltrated churches in the West. And even what Bravo is talking about, this whole spiritualism has been co-opted by feminism. So I think that if we can actually create a reduction by putting more men in the helm and actually telling them, hey, you should actually have more safeguards on your computer, have more digital safe, because digital opioid exists. We can all agree on this. So I think that if we can abstain from this and actually embolden ourselves to become people that fast, fasting's extremely important, because you don't just do this with food. We can do this with corn. We can do this with food. We can do this with everything else that is really inherently bad. I think we should be able to earn certain things. Sex should be earned. I think that if you are to wait to marriage and you actually get this, you don't deserve anything as a man. Everything should be earned. You'll appreciate it more if you actually had to work for things, but also on the women's side, I'll hold them accountable. You'll appreciate sex and a husband if you actually earn this guy. You don't deserve the guy that's a 10. I think that you should be able to be a wife before you get married, just like you should be a husband before you get married. Everything should be earned, and I don't think we're a merit-based society as we should be. And that's where a big problem is as well, too.
That's
okay,
true.
Okay, Marte, I got a question. Because you said that for men, sex is supposed to be earned, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you on that. So if sex for a man is supposed to be earned, then how much sex is a man supposed to have if he's continuously earning it?
So
what's
you
the
don't
limit?
earn sex by getting sex. Here's the thing, though. You don't earn money by getting money. Sounds redundant, right? If I was to tell you that, right? So here's the thing. You earn sex and you don't earn everything else because guess what happens? What comes part and parcel with marriage? Sex, right? So if you have sex outside of marriage and if you have junk food outside of a diet, I think that there's a time and a place. Things come part and parcel. What happened in America is we started destabilizing these traditional values and things fell apart. What people try to do is have their cake and eat it too. Well, I want to have all the sex without the marriage, though. I want to have all the cheesecake without the diet, though. And you see what I'm saying? So it's like now we're having everything else without the discipline and restraint. So if you're going to say, I need to earn more sex, you need to be able to earn a wife first. You need to earn a marriage first. You need to earn a covenant and all these other things first, because you just want free handouts, because this is just sexual version of EBT that you're getting. You just want the handouts, and then you want to steal this when it comes time for this, and then complain when people want to refrain from having cold bed, which is the EBT holdouts. It's the same thing. It's the same rhetoric, but it's like, yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too. These things have to be earned. If strippers get all this money, right, they're not going to appreciate the money because they can go back and get $500 the next night. But if they actually have to work for this shit and have to work, they're going to think long and hard before spending that cash. People behave differently with things that they have to earn, but it's not exactly getting a thing. You have to put in the work for before you actually get the thing.
Yeah, but I'm using your example. So if people in general respect things that they earn. It doesn't matter if it's a degree, if it's earning money, if it's earning status, things that take a lot of pain and grind and grit to be earned are typically respected, right? So if I'm taking your framework where you said men have to earn sex, well, yeah. if I put in the work and I earn this, then who can tell me how much I can have if I earned it?
That would be your wife when you get married. So it's like, if you think about this, if I put in all the work, your employer is going to be the person that's going to tell you how much I can delegate as far as finances and things like this. And the reason why I think it's a weird take, I know Grid was saying it's a weird take to take, but the reason why we have to earn these things is because if you wanted to become an incel and a loser all your life and not develop yourself, not get a job or anything like that, well, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to show fruits of your work, labor, or any of this stuff. I think that that's tenable when we think about these things. Like even cleaner, we talked about diesel mechanic stuff, and I think that's a really great industry. But think about it. If I decided to be a bum and not work and not go to school or anything like this, well, what am I exactly earning by inactivity? I think one of the biggest diseases in our country, this goes to fitness and everything else, because I know you're in a Fitness Anonymous base, is inactivity. Inactivity is the biggest disease of all. So I think that if you actually work, sow seeds, plant seeds, and I'm not talking about like sperm or anything like that. I'm talking about planting seeds of wisdom in other people, helping, being of service to other people, and you become one of these people in society that's actually contributing. That's a form of earning, and a woman will see this, because think about it. The reason why we have roses and we give a bouquet, and I gave Athena roses back in the day, they had daffodils and all these other things in there, is because this is where it stems from. It shows my ability to forage. That's where that came from. So I had to earn her affection, because she's like, damn, we could survive a harsh winter because Marte knows how to forage for a winter. So just giving you guys a little bit of education here. So I think that earning comes in various different ways without actually getting the thing. Like we have to develop ourselves to show our approval of a woman, right? But this goes both ways, right? A woman has to earn us as well too. Never forget this, gentlemen. They actually have to become a wife before they become a wife. And that's what I'm saying. Like we actually have to become the thing without saying, oh, I just feel like I'm the thing anyways. No, you have to show me that you're a good wife before you come into my life. And that's what that is. Earning is presentation as well too.
Okay, so again, if a man has to earn sex, how much is he supposed to have if he has to earn it? Who can tell him anything?
He's not saying that you earn the wife and then you get all the sex you want. He's not earning. He's not.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's how it should be.
No, it is
That's
true.
not true. That's not true.
It is true, because if you earn a good wife, she's going to give you sex. If you practice discipline and you practice your discernment, you will know the difference between a good woman. Because I do know there's a lot of women who weaponize sex and they try to withhold from their partners. They're abusive women. I promise you that there were red flags in the early stages. And this is why I actually tell men to tell a woman no, because that's what I keep hearing from men is, well, anytime you tell a woman no, then she withholds sex. Well, tell her no early in the relationship and see how she reacts to you. If a woman can't take your direction, you move on. You don't just concede to her and then hope that things will work out into a relationship. You have to look for those fruits with a woman, and the way that you earn that is by bettering yourself so that you can attract and get a woman like that.
Well, here's the thing.
So explain to me how just because I get a wife, I'm gonna have all the sex I want, because it doesn't work that way.
I'll explain in the should. I can explain in the should.
It should. You're saying it should, but in reality it doesn't.
Not anymore. Yeah, you're right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Go ahead, Cleaner. Go ahead, Cleaner. You got it.
You're right, though. Ever since Ethel Gordon in like 1913, 1914 published this paper in the New England Journal of Medicine in Great Britain, right? It said that like pink was for girls, blue was for boys. Pink used to be a royal color. A lot of men still wore pink at the time, and so they started seeing those men as effeminate. So it broke down things for men and women in a baseline metric. This stemmed there and just exploded afterwards in all kinds of other ways that feminists started putting these ideas into men's heads and women's heads. So the thing was, biblically, and I mean even non-biblically, right? Women understood, if I don't want my man to cheat on me, I need to make sure he's sexually satisfied. If I don't want him to go and look at other women, he needs to be sexually satisfied. I need to appeal to his needs and make sure they're met. Feed him, make sure he's not horny when he leaves the house, you know? And this was something that went on all the way up until the 1920s. And in the 1920s, we started seeing this move where women started saying, no, I don't want to have sex right now, because you didn't do this earlier. And that was something that was brought up in radio broadcasts, where the women in the radio broadcasts would actually say, well, if he doesn't do his share of the chores when he gets home, he doesn't get laid, or something to that effect. I mean, Space Ghost had this in it. Space Ghost Coast to Coast had it in there a couple of times. All of these radio broadcasts. And then when TV came into propagation, TV mirrored this in a lot of the shows that they showed. And we see it nowadays. It is just every fucking where. The guy doesn't even get sex if the girl's in the wrong mood. The guy doesn't get, and it's like, hold up. So you're going to tell me, right? You understand I'm a sexual creature. I've been getting laid every day for the past month. And now all of a sudden you want to hold out for some weird fucking thing that we didn't agree to for the next 2 or 3 months, and you expect me to keep it in my pants. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to try to keep it in my pants because I'm a good man, I think. But I mean, fuck, lady, look at what you're putting me in. It's gonna if some chick comes along, gets naked in front of me and goes, "Hey baby, what's up? How's you and your wife doing?" I'm not even gonna hear that shit. All I'm gonna see is there's a coochie in front of me that's fucking naked. Like, so this concept has gone out of women's minds because they don't care about the men in their relationship. They don't see them as people anymore. This has been brought on by feminism and the whole control scheme thing that you were talking about earlier. So like, when you're talking about self-control difference between men and women, think about it like this. If men right now executed the same level of self-control that women are executing right now, do you know how many women would be getting raped on the daily? Do you know how many other men would be getting killed every day? Do you have any idea how fucking insane our life would be if men showed the same level of control our women are right now?
So Cleaner, real quick, I have to tie this up because there's a little bit of confusion in the chat right now. I don't want to use the word earn. This is what I mean. Let me clear this up a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
What I want to use is like, the idea of falling out of favor because we're not fulfilling our duties. That's really what I mean when I'm talking about earning. So when I talk about this, it's like, I want a woman that's going to fulfill duties and is a mother before she's with my children. I'm going to see how she is with kids, things like this. To me, I feel like, especially if I'm going to deal with the Black community, because I'm around like a lot of Black women that are like, oh, he's one of the brothers and stuff. They don't know that I'm mostly like not dating Black women because of a lot of issues right now in that community. They delete babies en masse. So I think that if you fall out of favor with me, meaning like I don't see fruits of you earning like And when I say earn, what I mean is like you being incapable of performing these duties of a wife, because if you're
Sure.
not interested in having kids, you've deleted babies in the past, you sleep around. What I mean by earn is like, I have a filter. We have to be able to filter people to say, okay, these are too many red flags for me to deal with. So when I talk about earn, that's really what I'm talking about. So when people say earn, I really want you to understand, though, that when we have arranged marriages, this is why they last a longer period of time, because your parents were wiser than you. They actually selected somebody, and they have to filter these people out before they started dating your daughters, your sons, things like this. And that's why it lasts longer, because right now we don't have such a guilt filter because dads are missing from home, single moms are raising us. But this is my whole point, is like, if you can't filter people during the courting process, and you could say, well, I found a wife. How do you know that if you don't sift through, okay, let me find out if she's a bad person or not, and you find these out? And that's what I'm talking about. We have to filter people out. But I think that when you jump the gun, you just lay down with people and you say, I just found a wife. You don't know her past, if she slept with too many people, deleted babies in the past, if she's poisoned her husband and tried to get the life insurance. Let's take our time with people and filter these people. That's what I mean when I say earn.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Go ahead, Athena.
So, a lot of guys in the red pill, they say that men are the prize, and here's why I disagree. Even though I think that women today might be cheap prizes, they may be Temu prizes now for the majority, but they're still technically the prize, and this is why. Men are like the athletes. They're like the gladiators. They're competing in life to get a reward, which and depending on how much effort they put in that competition, what it is that they achieve will unlock different levels of the type of woman that they're going to get. Now, unfortunately, the value of women has decreased substantially than how it used to be. It used to be a man could just be a decent man and he could get a decent wife. Now that's not so much the case, which is really unfortunate for men. But technically, if you look at it, women are still the prize, because it depends or who you can get as a woman, or sorry, as a man, who you can get as a man is dependent on how much work that you put in. The prize can't be the athlete. The athlete is winning the prize. Does that make sense? He's putting in the work.
No.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I don't know about all that.
Wait. So based on that example, the man, you're saying that the man is earning it, right?
Yeah.
By putting in the work. Okay, again. So back to my question I said earlier. If I have to put in work and earn it, then who can tell me how much I can have?
Right.
I earned it.
See,
well, hold on.
Well, are you
No. Wait.
We're talking past each other, though.
Wait. If she's the prize,
uh-huh,
then who can, and I have to earn it, then who can tell me how many prizes I can have?
God.
Yeah, nobody can tell you that.
How many prizes can I have?
Tell you,
no, like, there's not a number. There's not a number. You're trying to put a number on something that we shouldn't have a number on. If I want to, like,
no,
okay,
I get what he's saying, Marte. What he's saying is like, all right, if she has this I'm the prize mentality and I have to earn the prize, because the understanding is this: you have to earn a reward, you have to earn a prize. So the conflation here is that it's women's duty to make sure that their men are satisfied in the ways that women can satisfy a man before the man leaves the house, the same way that it is a man's duty to make sure that his woman is satisfied before the woman leaves the fucking house.
That's why you don't put a number on it.
That's right.
You don't put a number on it.
And here's the other thing, though. Okay, feminists came up with this whole conversational topic about 30 years ago. Women are the prize, and this is something that, like, it's a Q trigger. I've got a lot of Q triggers I watch with people who have been brainwashed by feminists. And Athena, you don't think you have. My parents didn't think they had either until
I'm an anti-feminist, so no, I go by biblical truth.
I understand you are, but women are not the prize. According to the Bible, each of us has value in a relationship. Neither of us is the prize. We are there to serve each other with our certain duties we do. Men lead, women follow. But women bring support in ways that men can't. We each have value. And what Marte is saying is men should show themselves to be a high value man, which a lot of women conflate to dollars, ka-ching, give me that bag. But that's not what it means. A high value man is
Agree.
actually a
Yeah.
virtuous man, a
Yeah,
man of
I agree.
Yeah.
quality. And this is the problem that feminism has done to women. They don't explain these things, they just use the buzzwords. So you get programmed in a certain way, which I call social cues, right? These buzzwords. And
No,
I
they
can
do explain it
detect
to women.
I can detect whether or not you've been brainwashed based off of the specific social cues that you say. Now, women being the prize, you have been brainwashed in that way, ma'am, and I hate to tell you that.
Uh-oh.
Women are not the prize, men are not the prize. We are
Mm.
both valuable in the relationship. We both need to earn each other's love and respect. And that's how
You're
it works.
saying that the prize is more valuable than I would say that the athlete that wins the prize
No,
is more valuable
no,
than the prize. The prize
I'm
is
not
his
saying any of that.
reward.
I'm not
I
saying
let
any of
you
that. I'm
speak.
saying
So
the whole
go
prize
ahead if you want to
mentality
go
is
again.
wrong.
Hold on, one
I'm
mic,
not
one mic.
sure. Sorry. Go ahead.
Now go ahead, Athena.
So what I'm saying is the man who puts in the work, he will get a woman the level of woman he will get is dependent on the work that he puts in. Now, I said I am very well aware that the women's value has gone down substantially because women are not preserving themselves in the way that they used to. Just like a prize, you would preserve that. Just like in the Bible, it says a woman is worth more than rubies. When you find a wife, you find a good thing. I'm not saying that men are not valuable in no way. I'm saying the red pill, when they say the man is the prize, it doesn't make sense because the prize is not the thing that's competing to get a certain, I guess, the women aren't competing to get a certain man. It's the men competing to get a better woman. That's always how it's been. Men have to compete for everything in life. They have, their intrinsic value, but the way that they make it in this world is by competing with other men and by building. And wherever whether it's their career, anything, it's all dependent on how they compete in the world.
Women
Sure.
compete all the time, though. I'll tell you a good example. Here's why women compete. And I'll even talk to Cleaner about this. Cleaner, have you ever seen a situation either on TV or social media where somebody gets mad because they wear the same dress? Why would that be? If she's like, oh, that bitch knew I was going to wear this dress, because they're competing. They're literally going out to the club and just saying, hey, I have to outdo this girl because I have to compete. We see this in the church all the time in the Protestant churches. Mother Smith has to have a bigger hat. And she's competing against Mother Joseph for like who can have the biggest hat. So it's like this
Both
is
sides
constantly
compete.
happening. When we
But
think
that's
about this, like,
masculine.
Both sides compete.
that's what I'm saying.
The problem is the mentality of the prize. All right,
Mm.
listen.
Well,
Let me explain
Cleaner.
what I mean by this. Let me.
Cleaner, though.
It only take a second.
Go ahead.
Prizes don't have duties. They just are given. There, I'm done. Feminism
Right,
condones
I agree.
no duties.
Here's the other thing, though. Back in the day, we had women compete for like my quiche was better than her quiche, and it's like these based ass. I want that competition to come back because women used to compete back in the day because Florence brought her egg potato salad to the dish, and then the other women got pissed. Oh, how dare she make a better one than me? I'm going to outcook her next year. Like, I love that competing because women used to do this. There was based ass competing for like, oh, you know what? Our house is better. Little Timmy got better grades than me because I'm a matron in the house. And it's like, damn, they're doing better. I can't let them get better grades than us. And I think we need to bring that back. We need to bring back good, proper, traditional female competing back. I think it's based.
Right.
Sure.
Hey,
but
so
you
I
have
can
to.
see that.
Hey, so Athena.
Mhm.
So are you still under the understanding that the woman is the prize? Is that what you're
Yes.
sticking with? Okay, so
Yes,
let me ask.
but
Okay, cool. Because I want to ask you something with that.
okay.
So if the woman is the prize, right? Which side gets celebrated? The prize itself or the person receiving the prize?
The person receiving the prize.
Oh, right. So if I get celebrated for receiving the prize,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that I only want to feel that feeling one time in life?
No, but I mean, you could want a lot of different things, but are you going based off of your own desires or what God says for us to do?
No. This is what I'm going off of. I'm using your example and your framework. I'm using strictly logic. Take morals out of it because reality is amoral, right? Reality doesn't operate off of morals. Biology trumps morals.
Right.
Okay, so children would be a prize.
Biology
so
is
yeah,
morals,
he's not
actually.
getting only one prize.
Right. Also, okay, so then there's no limit to how many children I can have too, right? So who can if children are a prize, who can tell me how many prizes I can have? Nobody.
Nobody.
So if women are a prize and I have to put in the work to earn them, then nobody on this earth, no matter what your religion or belief is, no one can tell me how many prizes I can get because I earned it.
But
right or wrong?
Well, it's not that that I'm telling you what you can or can't do. You can do whatever you want and morally corrupt yourself.
I'm sticking with the logic, though.
You're not exactly.
No,
you can't conflate. You can't compare the two things because you're saying you can get as many prizes as you want, but one will morally bankrupt you. You can't.
Athena, I'm sticking with. I didn't change up the scenario. I'm just going off of your scenario, and I'm just strictly applying logic to
Anonymous.
it. You said we have to earn it. You said we have to earn it, right?
If you have to earn a prize, prizes are transactional, which means women are objectified. This is a concept that feminism pushed on you women, and you're too stupid to understand it.
No, actually, in the Hebrew text, men weren't even really considered men until after they married. That's when they became a man. And so, yes, women are still the prize, and the man is celebrated. And if you would have let me finish,
let her finish.
Feminism says that women are the prize and they're the main character. No, the athlete competing for the prize is the main character. He's the one celebrated. It's all about him. And his prize that he gets is determined by how much work he puts into life.
Which means the prize is transactional.
Well, here's the problem with this. You kind of missed this. I would have went this way, Anonymous. I would have asked something like, if you're talking about the prize being celebrated, that's what you're talking about, Athena. Well, when men get married, do you see a lot of men celebrating a lot of other men saying, oh my God, you get married? They're usually like, oh man, okay, so when are you tying the knot, bro? Like, it's usually like lowbrow communication. But if you look on the women's side, oh my God, you're doing this, what's your dress and all this other stuff, and it's all this excited.
You finally found a good man.
What's that?
Yeah, you finally found a good man.
In fact, matter of fact, there's a bridal shower. Where's the groom shower? Doesn't exist. It's not a row. So it's like if you by your metric, we were to look at even the religious side, and I know it's not an orthodoxy, but even outside of that, the women celebrated like to kingdom come. Men, it's almost like a funeral. If I hear that cleaner got married, I'm like, oh, that's cool, bro. So when are you getting it done? It's like that conversation. That's the amount of excitement I'll have for his marriage. But I guarantee you with your sister friends are like, oh my God, so where's the catering event and this and that? It's like dudes aren't having this conversation because we're not celebrated when we meet a woman on average when it comes to like secular marriages or even like non-denominational marriages. So even religious.
Yeah. And Athena, I would argue that both genders are competing for two different things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, both genders are competing for two different things. So if you're telling men that what we have to earn is the box, right? That's essentially what you're saying. No, that's what you said. Hold on.
Yeah, a wife.
Okay, cool.
If you say that a wife is just a box, that's that's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy though.
Hold on.
No, it's not. You just don't understand it.
Hold on. Rock with me here. You said earlier that how it was supposed to be is that if you get a wife, then you get as much sex as you want. That's what you said earlier. Okay.
100%.
I agree with her, yeah.
So the box comes with the wife, correct?
Yeah, but that's not the only thing you're getting. You're getting a help. Traditionally, you're getting a helpmate.
Right. But then that's a perk. That's supposed to come standard.
Yes, and the children and all of that. Yes,
right.
100%.
Cool. I understand that. So I would say that we're both competing for two different things, But I would argue that for a woman to get a husband, it's a lot harder for a man to get laid. It's way harder. It's
And that's
way
why
harder.
I gave the analogy. I could spend years making a paper boat and then take it to the ocean, spend years, and then it sinks. And that's why I said if you look at men who are promiscuous, they are more likely to cheat on their partner. And then women who are more promiscuous are more likely to leave their partner. They will
Okay,
not
cool.
stay in a long-term relationship.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Okay, cool. So watch this. I agree with you on the paper boat example, but here's the reality. Women are the paper boat and men are the ocean.
Can you elaborate on why?
The reason why I say that men are the ocean is because the ocean can't be controlled. So if a man is supposed to be a leader and the final decision maker, the waves dictate where things go. Now, a good sailor has experience on the sea and knows the ins and outs of what it takes to be able to conquer the water, which is why the man needs experience out there. A man with experience on the water is going to tell you, hey, we don't need to make that boat out of paper. It's not going to work. You see what I'm saying? So an experienced sailor becomes one with the ocean because they know how to navigate the waves. They know how to I don't really know boat terms, but they know how to adjust the sails a certain way to be able to navigate effectively. You see what I'm saying?
What experience are you talking about? What are you referring to when you say experience?
Life experience in general.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Life experience in general. Life
What
experience
makes
in
a man
general.
a good leader?
True.
Exactly.
You have to have experience. I thought you were. I was hoping
Exactly.
you weren't going to say sex. Like, okay, yeah,
Well,
life
that-
experience.
No.
That's part
No.
of it.
What makes you an attractive mate to a female?
Exactly.
Right? Which is
Exactly.
life
A man
experience.
that knows
You
leadership
what
don't
he's
qualities.
need
doing.
sex to become more attractive to a
A man
female.
that
It
knows
can
what he's
happen
doing.
if you have degenerate women, but you don't
Well,
need that. That's not
you don't
necessary.
necessarily, but it depends on the woman, right?
All right, go ahead, Lewis. All right, go ahead, Lewis. What you want to say, man?
I wanted to tap into that subject as well.
Yeah, go ahead,
Because
bro.
I've been married. I've been married to my wife since we got married 2018.
Yeah, you've been with Jasmine for a while, bro.
We dated 2 years
Oh, yeah.
before marriage. But me being a man, I can honestly say the process of growing together is an everyday learning. So I'm a student for life,
Yes.
you know,
I
and,
agree.
and, and
Hell
not
yeah.
only does it, not only does that come with me and my wife learning each other on a consistent basis, because it's always a different situation that happens, and both of us will react to it differently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I might react to it a certain way. She might get pissed off or be like, "What the hell?" Da, 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 da. Or she might act to it a different way. And I'm sitting here just rubbing my head like, I don't think that's how that should go. But that's a process of communication and learning to grow together. But like I said earlier, I'm a student for life, which means even being here on the panel with you guys, I'm learning from each of y'all
Mm-hmm.
and how y'all operate.
Mm-hmm.
So that what you when it comes to you coming, let me see how I can put this. Your interaction with everyday people.
Mm-hmm.
Interaction with everyday people is going to teach you something about that person, even in a little bit of time that you get with them. You know, so based on the reward and the visuals of the aspect of having the reward and what is the reward, you know, a lot of the reward comes in based off of how we were raised.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, I'm gonna say that a lot of times it could come in from how we're raised, because our parents would be like, if you want to do this, you need to do this. Oh, you want to go outside and play with your friends, you need to clean the room. Or
Right.
you want to go to the movies on the weekend, you need to do the dishes. You know, so like you were saying earlier, mentally we were put in that position to, if we work hard to get something, in most aspects, we believe that we deserve what we're working for. And then a lot of times, even when us busting our ass, if it's okay to say that,
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
us busting our ass to get this reward, and a lot of times it's not what we expected. So can you truly celebrate that reward if it's not what you thought it would be? Now in the
Good
reference,
point.
in the reference of sex, some of us will put in that bid to work hard to get it. Bust our
Yeah.
ass, worship the ground that individual works on. and in after they get it, it's not what they envisioned. So can they truly celebrate that? Is that something to be celebrated?
Mm.
Because from a male's perspective, I'm going to say this. From a male's perspective, me growing up, high school, that was my thing. I was more with the in crowd. I wasn't into the books. So I was trying to hit it. I was trying to get something. And then if the reward I worked for wasn't what I wanted, I'm not getting ready to go back and brag to my partners and tell anybody. You know what I'm saying? So in the same essence of everything I'm saying with the rewards, not every reward is meant to be celebrated publicly.
That's true. That's true.
That don't mean don't be proud of the accomplishment, but there's some accomplishments that we get that you ain't getting ready to tell nobody.
Yeah,
that's something that you take to the grave with
That's true too.
You know, but I just wanted to jump in on those two subjects. You know, Miss Athena, I agree with some of the perspective as you were saying, yes. But can we truly say the woman it can't be truly said that the woman is the reward or the prize when you have a lot of women that have the same thought process of the man. Because there's women out here who will bust their ass hard because they want what he got. And a lot of times it's not in the physical sense. It's because of the visual sense of what they see. And I believe that's vice versa. You know, so I can't really agree with the same thing, the same sentiment of the woman being the prize. Now, traditionally, I could say that was the thing. Because if you saw somebody, but it started visually. If you saw that person and he was like, damn, they beautiful, they handsome, they look good, whatever it was, it started visually. Now, in today's society, a lot of women, they see the money. They see the glitz, the glamour, and then they want that role. Like Mr. Cleaner was saying earlier about women competing. Oh, with my food is better than hers. You know, during those times growing up, traditionally, if a woman wanted that female spot, she went and worked against getting it.
You better work. Yep.
Yeah,
you know
they put in work.
And then that also drove the wedge because, like Cleaner was saying earlier, if I got to put off for 3 months because I'm used to getting this and you telling me I can't have it until I do this. Miss Patty coming, the next door neighbor coming over, bringing him baked pies and cakes and shit while you at work.
Well, here's the other problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Marte.
Here's the problem that can arise. I'm going to address two things. One that I heard you say that isn't, I don't have a problem with what you're saying, but I'm going to create a delineation, and one on magic, which you just reminded me of a problem that I wanted to address. She said we can't teach kids all the same because they all have different learning styles. While I do agree on this, we've become too lax when it comes to raising kids. No, I think you can teach kids the same when it comes to certain things, because what is upholding tradition? If we traditionally teach people the same thing and say, well, this is how 1 + 1 functions here, you're a visual learner, all this other stuff, but over across the board, it's all the same and we replicate this, I think that's good. When you have kids saying, I'm going to let you learn the way you learn because, you know, I'll just be out of your space, and we let them be their own grown adults when they're not adults, I think that's when you let generations get out of control, because I think that we do need direction. I think we need stern, firm, fair, and consistent direction. And this is where women get brought into the picture. When I call women children, when I say this, I don't mean this in a very demeaning way, because let's say Cleaner was the father of a daughter that I was going to date and we ended up being married. He has to give his daughter away. Does it sound like she's a material possession? No, this is just tradition that we're replicating and continuing, because now I have to fulfill the duties that Cleaner no longer has. I have to protect like he did when he was a father. I have to provide like he did when he was a father. I'm the new daddy now. So now that I'm the new daddy, it's not condescending for me to tell you that I have to be your father in a relationship, even though I'm your husband, but that's literally what it has to be. And I think that now that I'm replacing this, I'm replacing all the value. But back to what you were saying, as far as like, yeah, I understand what you're saying with your lingo, but I'm going to also approach this too with caution. The problem with this too is we have to be very careful about how we present this, because if we give the woman this certain thing, like let's say Athena's my wife, and I say, okay, in order for me to get this coochie, I have to do this and all this and earn this. This actually makes her the leader, not me, because if I have to do all this, she can then tell me what the metric is for me to do things, for me to earn certain things. That's what makes her a boss,
Yes.
not me. Now she's in the household. And then women do this other thing. They conflate this too. They'll say, well, I want a man that leads, but then Athena tells me, no, not like that. No, I don't want you to lead like that. You're leading improperly. No, that actually makes her the leader when she starts talking like this too. So this is the problem that when women do, they'll do the old bait and switch. They'll say, I want a leader, but then tell you how not to lead, which makes them the leader, not you.
Yep, that's fact.
I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Bang,
When you
Mic
said
drop on
Shit
that,
like
Marty.
that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
when you said someone said that the children should be taught differently, was it the other woman, or were you referring to what I was
Magic.
saying? Oh,
It was
okay.
Magic.
Said,
I
we
just wanted to
shouldn't teach her. We shouldn't teach our kids the same thing because that gets old. And I'm like, well, if you go further back in the past, families were more intact. What's older and outdated work better. Now, all of a sudden, what's happening? Marital rates are plummeting as we're falling out of tradition, destroying it, warping it. And I think that's happening with illegal immigration and all these other things that are happening right now. We're destroying the family unit by making the woman the patriarch of the family and making the man the boss lady of the family. This is a bad inversion that's wrecking the family and traditional values in mass.
Well, and
Yeah.
and tie it back to women specifically, and it's creating a huge depression matrix within women. See, and Athena,
Yes.
I get that I came off a little abrasive when I tried to push back on your whole concept of women are the prize, but this is the thing. A lot of people do not understand that feminism has expressed itself in a lot of different ideological ways within our society. And I do understand that whenever somebody approaches you abrasively saying, "No, women aren't the prize," like you have this like guttural or visceral
Yeah,
reaction
visceral
to
reaction.
want to
Yeah.
fight it, right? But that's because of the brainwashing. And I invite you, listen, no, seriously, all right? I invite you, as much as Jesus is God, I invite you to think about this concept of the prize later on, right? And I think you'll understand where I'm coming from when I tell you feminism created this concept of women are the prize so that women no longer have to have duties. Prizes are transactional and men have to earn it, but women don't have to do anything. And prizes retain the leadership principle because you have to earn a position with the leader.
That's true.
Think about it later and you'll discover I'm right.
No, I have thought about this on so
Okay.
many different levels. And I'm going to tell you exactly why that's not true. Because if it was women are the prize and they no longer have duties, then why are women out and competing in society now? It's not that
Because
they no longer
feminism
have
told them
duties.
to.
It's because they're now self-serving. And where you're wrong about me specifically is I believe that a woman serves God through serving her community, or first off, it's her father. When she goes from her father's house to her husband, then it's her husband. That's how she honors and glorifies God, is through serving her husband and serving her community. You can look up the Proverbs 31 woman. And this is why I say the women are the prize. And I just disagree with you. It's not because I don't believe that women have duties. I absolutely believe that women have duties, but even the athlete is put on a pedestal after he won. The thing is women are like, I'm the prize. I want to be put on a pedestal. Why would we put you on the pedestal when you didn't compete? The man competed. It's about him. He's the main character. The woman is just the reward for being such a good athlete. Now, again, I will say there's a lot of Temu prizes out there. They may not be very valuable prizes anymore, but the idea of the man earning the woman still is the same. The man will earn the quality of woman based off of the work that he puts in himself.
Transactionally, right? I understand what you're saying. What
I
you're saying,
no.
listen. Athena, I'm not trying to say that you believe in all these things that feminists are saying. What I'm trying to let you understand is that feminists have pushed this ideology of women are the prize so that our young women don't think they have to work or have duties or be anything in order to achieve a good man. They just show up. It's the same thing as like, what do you bring to the table? And women go, I bring me. Well, that's because they're the prize. You understand why I'm saying this? I'm not saying this is
Yeah.
you. I'm saying this is the mentality that feminism gave our youth. And until women are of mature age and can start understanding this because they're a little closer to not being able to have kids anymore, like almost in their 30s or in their 30s, they don't start to understand this concept of they're not the prize anymore. Women in their 40s understand this, and so they make women in their 20s feel like they shouldn't date older guys or guys that are more attractive or like high value, high worth, high earning, high any of that because they don't want the competition. They understand they aren't the
Mm-hmm.
prize. It's
Mm-hmm.
both sides of the prize. You both have duties, but I'm not trying to say that you're wrong, Athena. I'm just trying to say look at what it is that feminism pushed on our youth, on our women that are growing up, on our 18, 19, 20-year-old women when they're getting ready to go out there. If they think they're the prize, they think they can, while you're dating and courting before you get married, go around and sleep with whoever you want, do whatever you want. And then when you get married, you got to shut that shit off. But that's not how it is it? You and I both
Right.
know that like men and women should be showing each other what they're going to get when they put the ring on before you get the ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
So,
mean,
I,
that's all I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm not trying to attack you. I just
no,
want
no,
you to
no.
understand what it is I'm saying they've done to females in society. That's it.
No,
Oh, go
and
ahead,
I
Athena.
actually do agree with you on that point, but there's contradiction in the feminist idea of the women being the prize because
Sure.
and for all the reasons that you listed. So I was never so I was raised in a very conservative household. I'm Orthodox. We have very different views, right? So I didn't hear the idea of a man being a prize or a woman being a prize until the whole red pill thing, right? I found it weird that these things that I thought were common sense, I now hear people talking about like it's some outlandish thing, and hearing women say, oh, that's not true, like arguing with these men. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is how it's always been. But I do hear what you're saying, but that's because there's contradictions in their idea of what a prize is. Because
Mm.
they're essentially saying, do whatever you want. You're still the prize just by being you. No, you have to preserve yourself, or else, again, you're a Timu prize. You were $2, like these OF girls. Like, why on earth would a guy want to be with a woman when there are guys that pay $2.99 to have access to her? You know what I
Sure.
mean? So I do understand what you're saying, but I still do believe that women are the prize. The men are the
Mm.
ones who put in the
Mm.
work. The
Mm.
women preserve themselves for their partner. And it doesn't mean that women don't have duties. I was just saying in that aspect, when it comes to who's the competitor and who's the prize, it only
Mhm.
makes sense that it's the man who's the competitor. He's the athlete. He's the main character. He's the one put on the pedestal. He's the one who earns, based off of his hard work, the woman.
But if he's put in all this hard work and he's done all this miraculous stuff to make himself so attractive and so worthy, is he not the prize in that case? If you want to classify a prize to a gender?
The prize isn't the prize isn't more
Because the
valuable
thing
than the
is,
athlete. That's my
well,
point.
well,
They're
Right,
both
right,
see,
right.
this
So,
is where I
okay,
push back though. There's 1,000 prizes and only one super athlete.
one winner.
So, do you
So
want to just be today's prize, or do you want to be the woman that he vowed? And this is why I invite you just to understand the terminology has to change. Don't use the term prize. Say high value woman.
I
Say
don't like
good
that
woman.
term.
Say good woman then. We both know what you mean. I'm moving towards Orthodox Christianity if they'll ever accept me. But I say when hey,
What does that mean?
it means I have some serious complications with the afterlife scenario because I don't think God will waste a soul, and I gotta have this fixed by a priest, and he has to explain it to me so I can really understand it right. That's all.
Well, no, you don't have to get too personal. You don't have to get too personal.
No,
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't mind. Look, I don't mind,
You have
man.
plenty that can talk to you.
Yeah, no, I have two. I have two really good ones. One an ROC and the other one EAC. Eastern
They're both
Eastern
based.
Orthodox.
That's
I
good
like
stuff.
I like the ROC the best, to be honest. I like the Russian
There you go.
Orthodox. I don't know why. It's just more. It's like more structured, more close to this is reality. Do
More
this or you're
rigorism.
not here. Right? Yeah, more rigorous.
Yeah.
It's harder to get into. It feels like more earning. You know,
The more rigorism you have in that, the more successful marital rates increase and climb. By the way, too.
well,
So, yeah.
I'm not looking to get married again. I'm happy.
I'm just saying that's one side effect. I can go see the other
Get
side
it.
effects that are good too. But yeah, that's
Okay,
just,
so
get it.
yeah, so
But-
Athena. So I'll go ahead and address a little bit of what you said.
Mhm.
With this whole women are the prize idea, right?
Mhm.
And see, and so it's kind of funny when I hear women say that because I always ask them this question and I can never get an answer. So, so if a woman is the prize, right?
Mhm.
Which man is she the prize for? The man that she loses her virginity to, the first man that she gets married to, or the first man that she has a baby for?
Ooh, I would say the man. Well, again, that's why I gave that example. How the prizes are devalued, right? And even to answer that, because
So
if
the
a
reason I
woman
say
is
that is because there can only be one winner. If the man is the winner, there's
so
only
you're
one
saying
winner.
that a woman, like, let's say she's widowed, right? And she got married and had a kid, that she could never be a prize again for another man?
No. Again,
there can be more winners.
no, because there can only be one man at a time that can win her. That's the point. So if there's only one winner, then which man is she the prize for?
The one she submits to?
No, the man that she lost her virginity to, the first man that she gets married to, or the first man that she has a baby for. Which one?
When you sleep with a man, technically you are submitting to him, even if you're not compliant. But I would say the man that she serves, that would be my answer.
So then which one? I gave three. The man she loses her virginity to, the man that she gets, the first man that she gets married to, or the first man that she has a baby for.
I would say she could have been a cheap prize that was passed around.
This is the reason why this is a really tough question to answer, even for me, if I was to answer from Athena's point of view. And this is why, because it depends on the man
No, you didn't.
at that time determining what a prize is that obtains this. So the man that gets the baby, he might say that that's not a prize, run and get milk and then never come back. The man that marries her could say, well, this is the prize, and then cheat on her, and then all of a sudden not retain this prize. So I think that it's kind of convoluted as a question to some degree, because you're talking about anecdotal, you're talking about a case by case scenario. We can't look at this like a better question would be something that we can say overall prescriptively, would every man be the same way? Like, what's a prescription out of this would be a better question, instead of saying, well, in this situation, well, every man is going to look at this situation differently. We have men literally walking to Planned Parenthood and saying, if you don't take care of this baby, I'm going to off you. Like, things like this have happened in the past. So these men don't value this prize that's supposed to be a prize. So, but it's different from men to men. So I don't know. That's why I think that it can be a weird question. So,
but the reason I asked that question that way is because I'm going off of the framework that the man has to earn it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, which one of those three things does a man earn? And if it's one prize winner, then who is it? It can only be one prize winner.
Can I answer?
That's not
go
true,
ahead.
because people compete in many different things over and over again. There's not just one prize winner.
Oh,
So
wait.
Hold on.
So that means there's no limit to how many prizes I can have.
I
That's
already
right.
said that earlier. I said, no. I already said earlier, you can get as many prizes as you want.
So I
But
can have
are
as many
you going
women
to
as I
do
want.
are you going to do whatever you want, or are you going to submit to God's will? That was my point.
Yeah.
But I said take morality out of it because
I'm
biology
not
trumps
going to take
morality.
morality out of it.
Yeah, you can't
Like,
say we can't
the
take
Bible
morality.
is
That's crazy.
literally logic. How can
The
I take
answer-
the Bible out of my
Yeah, the
argument?
logos is God. Logos
The-
meaning logic, God. Yeah. So that's
The
crazy.
only correct answer to anonymous based question is none of the above. It is the man that is willing to wife up long term and stay with, if not lay down his life for the woman he's with, that should be getting the prize. The problem is that still creates a transaction of he could have multiple prizes because you're identifying yourself as a prize, which is an object,
Yep.
not a human being. You
Yep.
identify yourself as the woman that is serving the man or the good woman, and you're no longer the prize, which means you're back on a pedestal of moral superiority where you should be. If you're a good woman, you're on moral superiority grounds, which puts you on a pedestal, and you can shut down shit that you should be able to shut down, just like moral superiority women used to be able to. They used to be able to walk by a pub and go, that fucking pub is degenerate, and the next day the cops would show up, ransack the place, shut it the fuck down, and it wouldn't be in business for a long time. They can't do that now. People laugh at them. So if you want a woman to be back in the same grace she used to be, you have to change your vernacular. You have to change the wording. Women are not the prize. Good women get good men. That's the vernacular. That's it.
Cleaner.
No more
There it
prize
is.
shit.
So Cleaner, real quick, just to interject, I agree with you, but I'm going to reframe what you were saying to some degree.
Sure.
Even though I'm like saying I'm still manning it while with a reframe, which doesn't make any sense, but I'm going to make it make sense real quick. So what I think is we're using the wrong lingo and the wrong verbiage. I don't think we should use the word prize. I think it's redundant and stupid, and we get into these semantics. I think we should use wife and husband, because the moment we get into wife and husband, now we're actually creating a distinction between what we want. We're actually setting a goal and a purpose. When you say prize, you don't put a purpose in a prize, because when you say that, that's the same thing when we're quibbling about energy and vibe. Nobody knows what that means when we say prize, but we clearly know what a wife and a husband mean. And when we go back to this, I think that we should create these distinctions. So, matter of fact, you guys just helped me out tonight. So when somebody says, I'm the prize, no, you're not a prize. Are you a wife?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Right.
And why? Yeah.
So
yeah
I've
true.
never referred to myself as a prize, because I for
Well,
those
why use it?
reasons that
That's what I'm saying.
So the reason why I use it is because both men and women are like, oh, I'm the prize, and I was like, if you look at if you look at that argument, you have a competitor and then the prize.
Yeah.
In that scenario, women are closer to the prize and the men are the competitors. That's the only reason why I brought it up, is because this conversation is had all the time, especially in red pill spaces.
I can tell you right now, you don't want to create that dichotomy within the good value men. Look, when I go to the bar with my brothers and we hang out, and this is like an old country bar, we go there and hang out because that's the closest bar to all of us in the Houston area. That's where we can all go, and it doesn't cost us more than 3 hours to meet, right? Because Houston is fucking insanely huge, and the traffic is crazy. So we all meet up there. I will have just me, not my other brothers. Two of them are way more attractive than I am. I'm probably like a 4 or 5, right? I will have 4 to 10 women approach me in the night if I stay there for longer than 3 hours, guaranteed.
Damn, what kind of swagger you got, Cleaner? I need to start hanging out with you, bro.
Houston doesn't have a lot of good men. Marte, Houston doesn't have a lot of good men. Houston really doesn't have a lot of good men, bro.
I never get approached out here in Phoenix, but anyways.
The other thing is I've got the tattoo where my wedding ring was before my wife passed. So, I mean, a lot of people in Houston understand the signification behind what I've done and what I've got, and they understand.
Oh wait, are you 6'5"?
Yeah, I'm 6'5". When I'm in good shape,
come on,
I'm
you
285
that's
pounds.
important information. Of course, you're gonna get hit on by women. You got the magic height.
The height helps. No, the height does help. It probably makes me like a 4.5,
crazy,
not
bro.
a 4, but I mean, like, so if you want to say women are the prize, why am I getting approached by 4 to 10 women a night who just want anything they can do to be near me. But the fact that our waiter comes over and they don't even acknowledge he fucking exists, and when I ask them, did they notice the waiter drop their beer off? They're like, "What? There was a waiter?" They don't even notice he exists, right? So for women to say that they're the prize is really contradictory to how they behave. How they behave shows that certain men are the prize. And I don't like that terminology because it's one that feminists came up with, right? I fucking hate it. But if women want to have this argument, I could tell you right now, men are definitely the fucking prize if you want to pick out one of them because 80% of men are fucking invisible to 90% of women.
Yeah, that's true.
I
10,
would say men are
10
the husband. You want to be a husband. That's what I would say. I just
agree.
changed my
That's what I
vernacular.
would prefer to say. But if somebody wants to
Yeah.
really dive in deep on this prize shit and hold fast to it, I mean, you cannot deny that 80% of men are fucking invisible to women. They don't even see them. That's why this whole bear in the woods thing happens because they don't even notice 90%, 80% of the men that they walk by on the daily basis. They only actually see 2, 3, 4 men out of the 100 that might pass them.
And you know what? I'll add something to Cleaner's point. Here's the thing. A man can be a husband whenever he wants to and offer up a commitment whenever he wants to. It doesn't work the same way the other way around. It doesn't matter unless a guy designates you and chooses to elevate you. It's the same thing when you play chess. You start off with one queen. She can die in the middle of combat, but at any point, you can also elevate those pawns to queens and they can easily be replaced. So the queen is the most powerful piece on the board, but the king is the most important piece on the board.
Yep.
Can we all agree? I agree with you on this too, by the way, anonymous base.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we all agree that we're going to take the stupid prize lingo out of this and change the vernacular to husband and wife?
Cool.
Try to at least move society towards this function because even Bravo demonstrate this because he's a husband himself. And I think that I admire that. And shouts out to you, by the way. I'm going to give you your flowers right now. I think that when we have men on these panels that talk about this, I can't really speak to marriage to the same degree he does because he actually has proof of purchase. Remember back in the day when you got something in the cereal box and you had a proof of purchase in order to get it? You didn't get nothing for free back in the day. You actually have to describe how I was a consumer by showing a proof of purchase. So that's what I mean. So if we're going to show these distinctions between what's a prize or not and equivocate on these things, I think we should just make a move towards husband and wife again because now we just had a debate with Andrew Wilson and Coach L. I think it was a crazy debate, but it sparked this whole discussion back again to where it's like we need to start making a move towards the value of marriage again.
Okay, yeah. I could agree with that. Okay, so does anybody else have anything on this? So we can go ahead and keep it pushing. I'll speak to it briefly. It says, why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones? I'll keep it real simple. What we have in society is men are told that you're not worthy of any type of women or anything if you're broke. Broke guys don't deserve love. Broke guys don't deserve this and that, right? So by that logic, if a broke man doesn't deserve anything from women, then how much does a rich man deserve?
Or how much does a promiscuous woman deserve from men?
Exactly. So that's what I'm going to say on that. If anybody wants to answer that question, that's cool. But yeah, we've been on this topic for quite a while, so we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing. And
it was the prize thing, I think, bro. It was the prize thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I mean, but that's why these conversations are necessary. All right. So
that's why I invite Athena to kind of think about the terminology prize, because saying the word and continuing to say women are the prize just kind of reinforces feminism's control over our young women.
Well, not only that, but if you think about it, a woman can only have one man's last name at a time.
Yeah.
So even if she divorces me and goes to someone else, she could change her name, but she can only have one name.
No, then what's a hyphenated name if that's the case?
That's not the same name.
No, you still got the man's last name though.
I'm Wilson Rogers because I have my dad's name and his name. That's two men's names.
But you're not married to your dad, though. She's not married to her dad. She's married to me.
No, but you said a woman can only have one man's name at the same time, regardless if he's married or not. She has two men's names.
Well, you can only be married to one man. That's why I
Right,
find it
but
funny when
no,
people. That's why I find it funny when women start say, "Oh, well, if you can have multiple girls, I can have multiple husbands." No, you
right, but you
can't.
didn't say married. You said two names at the same time. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's true. Okay,
Yeah,
so Marte, I'll show you this performatively. What's your last name?
it's Rayless.
Okay, there you go. Your last name's Rayless. Now, for a woman who has a hyphenated last name, where it's like Martin dash Cusack, when you ask her what's your last name, she says Martin Cusack. It
Yeah,
is
I don't
still
respect her.
a name. Just because it has
Mhm.
two names in it doesn't mean it's not a different name now. It's a
Yeah, because
different
Right,
name
yeah,
still.
but
because we understand
you
that the
do
name
understand.
the name before the hyphen is the maiden name, and the name after the hyphen is the husband's name.
Yeah, but here's the distinction I'm going to give you. If
Go
a
ahead.
woman hyphenates my name and she wants to keep her family name and then
Yeah,
my
yeah.
name, I'm going to feel like she's not respecting me. To
I
Yeah,
me,
won't
you
that's
marry
no.
her.
disrespectful as hell.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not doing it
why
either.
that's why men will throw this out and they'll say no. Matter of fact, we just had something in social media where the woman said, "No, you know what? We're changing your name to my name," and that's
Hmm.
crazy as hell.
I've seen
But
that
not
too.
only that, but he had to hyphenate his name to where he had her name and then his name as well too, which is crazy. So I think feminism has actually bought and sold us a lie to the point to where now we're hyphenating names because women want that's just resistance moving into a marriage. I think that's bad, and it also tells you that you don't want to obey, completely. I think that's a bad move for women, and it's a red flag automatically into marriage.
Hey, that's facts. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and keep the show pushing. If you're just now tuning in, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to sound off and join the conversation, either sound off in the chat or you can click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join the panel. So we're gonna keep this thing pushing, and we got a video react to before we get into this. Oh, look, here I go again. I'm messing up again. Here we go.
Stupid.
All right, let's go ahead and react to this video.
You're my homeboy, but you're still a man, so there are things that I expect from you even though we're not in a romantic relationship. Number one, if you are in the car with me while I'm getting gas, you are pumping my gas. I also expect you to put me on the correct side of the sidewalk. Number three, you are the DDH, designated door holder. Why would I be opening the door? You are a man. I don't expect you to cover anything financially, and I don't expect you to carry my bags if we go shopping, although that one pains me and it took a lot of growth.
It's like the standards to date is increasing. Now she's saying the standards just to be your friend is increasing. Every day you wake up, it's like another responsibility put on your shoulders. They want to be treated like a girl. You not my girl, bro. I'm gonna treat you like what you are. So if I give you all these privileges, what do I have left to give my shorty now?
It's very interesting how men, when we're in relationships, we have to do husband duties. Now we got homeboy duties. Why we keep having duties and responsibilities and they're hidden behind gender roles?
Yeah.
Same thing that women don't want to be forced to do. They
Yeah.
constantly are the main ones who's telling you how gender is a construct and all of this stuff is construct, but they're the ones that are mainly enforcing these constructs and these roles onto society.
Yeah, that
All
woman's
right.
a leader. She's a leader because she's delegating what the duties are and how things should function. So she's not even giving I don't think she would give a man a chance or the time of day to say, okay, I need you to set the precedence for how the structure or tradition is run. Because automatically she comes to you with a list already. She's the same type of person that I would assume to say, no, I need you to lead, but not like that, which makes her the leader that I was talking about the whole time.
Right. So the question is this: why are men today still expected to be dependable, while women today are being told to never depend on a man?
The marital rate. So if women are initiating marriage at a 79, 80% rate, and then growing up, they see I can do it all by myself, they become the leader and saying, well, I'm the dependable one. And now we're expecting men to be the least dependable one. I'll give you a case in point real quick, and I'll wrap this up because I know Cleaner wants to say something. If you look on TV, we don't have fathers. We have bumbling idiots. Homer Simpson, Al Bundy, things like this. When's the last time we saw a solid father figure at home? So now propagandization is happening. We have the massive divorce epidemic that's happening right now with no-fault divorce. Women being painted as girl bosses, independent, while men are being painted as bumbling idiots and buffoons. So now we have an inversion that's happening, and we're seeing that a woman bought into this, and that's what she's doing.
It's a lie.
It is a lie.
I mean, it's a lie. They're lying to women, telling them they can be girl bosses and all this other shit because they go to work and they serve a man still. Like they're still subservient to a man. And there's so few women that are actually small business owners, it's like we're not talking about the outliers here. The whole thing is just about destroying the family metric. That's all it's about. And it's convinced women that if they go to work and they're earning their own bags, so to speak, right? Like they're earning their fucking paycheck, that they're a girl boss, right? They're not a girl boss. They're not a leader. They're still following a fucking man. It's just a man that doesn't give a shit about them, won't lay his life down for them, won't give them commitment, will definitely throw them out the door as soon as one of the bean counters tells him that she costs too much money and they need to hire a new girl to replace her who will be less dollars an hour. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous that women bought into this shit, but feminism convinced it of them, just like it did a whole lot of other horrible fucking shit.
All right, so Athena, I see that you just came back. Oh, we just reacted to a video. Do you need me to play it back?
Well, please do.
Yeah, I can play it back for you real quick because I know you had to step away for a second.
Sorry.
No. It's all good. It's all good. I got you.
You're my homeboy, but you're still a man, so there are things that I expect from you even though we're not in a romantic relationship. Number one, if you are in the car with me while I'm getting gas, you are pumping my gas. I also expect you to put me on the correct side of the sidewalk. Number three, you are the DDH, designated door holder. Why would I be opening the door? You are a man. I don't expect you to cover anything financially, and I don't expect you to carry my bags if we go shopping, although that one pains me and it took a lot of growth.
It's like the standards to date is increasing. Now she's saying the standards just to be your friend is increasing. Every day you wake up, it's like another responsibility put on your shoulders. They want to be treated like a girl. You not my girl, bro. I'm gonna treat you like what you are. So if I give you all these privileges, what do I have left to give my shorty now?
It's very interesting how men, when we're in relationships, we have to do husband duties. Now we got homeboy duties. Why we keep having duties and responsibilities and they're hidden behind gender roles?
Yeah.
Same thing that women don't want to be forced to do. They constantly are the main ones who's telling you how gender is a construct and all of this stuff is construct, but they're the ones that are mainly enforcing these constructs and these roles onto society.
Okay. So the question is, why are men today still expected to be dependable while women today are being told to never depend on a man?
I mean, that's just kind of stupid. I actually, I heard someone say, I think it was, I can't remember her name. She was like, yeah, I don't like depending on anyone. And I was like, that's not healthy. We're all supposed to depend on each other. We all have roles in society. And I'll say the guy was saying something about how it's crazy that women have certain expectations of even their guy friends. Well, I would expect my guy friend to open the door, but in the same way, if I was hosting a get together, I would be the one cooking and serving them. And so they would just automatically open my door. I don't even think it would be like a question of it, because I don't associate with liberal minded people. So I wouldn't be surrounded by any men who wouldn't automatically, I guess, fall into that category, if that makes sense.
Really?
So as far as that goes, all friends and family, the men open the doors, the women, they cook and they serve and they do everything, like the more feminine, I guess, roles, womanly roles or whatever. So as far as that goes, I think he's just not in a good community, because communities, we all do this. Like in healthy communities, this is how. And I know you're shaking your head, Marte, but when I go to church, it's the women who are doing the cooking. It's the women who are doing all of the I guess more wifely or womanly duties, and then the men are doing what they're supposed to do. So I don't understand why that was seen as a negative, unless she's not doing her part as a woman.
What you got on that, Marte?
Yoga fire. She's the prize, though.
I heard a problem. And the biggest gripe that I have, Athena, you're really based until sometimes you just say something that's nails on the chalkboard. And this is what it is. there are no such thing as male friends when we talk about women and men. I don't believe that that exists. And the reason why I say it doesn't exist is we can say that it's pseudo male friends, but I don't believe that this is true. Here's the thing though. I believe simps exist, white knights, and also liabilities exist. I do believe that, because here's the problem though. I don't think that there's any benefit to having a female friend if she's not my wife. And the reason why I say this is because if I'm going to take you out for lunch, I'm probably going to open the door for you as a friend, right? I'm probably going to pay for dinner or a coffee or whatever, because I want to be chivalrous. Now, guess what's going to happen? I have to walk you to your car. It's something that I wouldn't have to do for Cleaner, Anonymous Base, or Bravo here at the end of the night. And now all of a sudden, if you're going to get robbed for your purse, somebody's going to try to take your money and all this. And you're going to say, I'm going to say, oh, you got it, bro. You're just my friend. Like, you're going to look at me like I'm crazy. And then you're going to say, well, no, can you help me out? Oh, you want me to protect you? You want me to die for you now? Oh, I'm your man now. And to me, this doesn't really make any sense, because I would never have Bravo as a liability and say, bro, let me walk you to your car, bro. Because they'd be like, what are you, gay? I can walk myself to my car. So that's why that exists. And then I did this test. I told other people, I said, hey, at my workplace, I said, if you call your ex-friend that you say is a brother to you, I'll pay you like $500. If you could say on the weekend, hey, I'm coming through and I'm feeling kind of horny, I was wondering if you would. Every guy fails this test. I've had 7 people who've eliminated friends. And then once I find out, when I do this test with women, it turns out that they're no longer friends with those guys who have admitted that they would screw them. Because that's the thing though. If I'll say, you text them first, they'll say, yeah, can you pay me this and all that? What I do is I'll say, I send the next text, right? And what I text the guys is like, well, you know, it's not going to ruin our friendship. I promise it's not going to ruin our friendship. We've known each other way back. Listen, Tom, you know, it's like, trust me, we're still going to be friends. And I still see you as a protector and stuff. I just need to go ahead and get this. It's like every guy fails that test, because it's like, if you think about it, he's just auditioning for a role in the mailroom to see if he can intern for the right job, only to find out the guy got the job on the 5th year. And then you get screwed because you're like, I was a friend until she got a boyfriend. Now I was a husband. Now I'm written off. It kind of sucks. And I'm just being honest with you. Male friends don't exist. We can say they do, but it's like, no, you're just a guy that's an associate that you pass by through life, and you're just reaping the benefits. It's just exploitation when it comes to men. That's it.
All right, Athena, what you got on that?
So my response is, I think that's because secularism has become so popular and people have become complete degenerates and just sleep around with essentially everyone. If you look at thriving communities, and men too, yeah, I see it. I see it in men as well, but
men go for what they can get, just like they always have.
You could argue that it's not friendship, that it's associates. You could say that, but it's really a community. I feel like I have men that are like brothers in Christ, and typically it's men who started off as like potentially romantic and things didn't work out, but we still pray for each other. Let me finish. Stop it with the interrupting. We don't hang out. That's the thing. As I still keep in contact with them, I'm not going to cut them off and be like, oh, screw you. Since we're not going to work out romantically, I'm never going to speak to you again. Well, that would be mean. They're still good people. And I still wish them the best. I still pray for them. Now, if you were to say, do you find Athena attractive? They would probably say yes. And I would say that they're attractive as well, but things aren't going to work out for multiple reasons. If you want to get into that, we can. But as far as saying that men and women can't be friends, I think that, I mean, would you say that Mary Magdalene wasn't a friend to the disciples? I mean, I see friends all throughout the church.
I would say no, because if you think about Mary Magdalene, she had her place, and it wasn't a friend. She wasn't an equal with these guys. And the reason why I'll tell you this is that if they hit the showers, they wouldn't hit the showers together. And then you said something earlier. Here's the problem with this too, is I'll say this. You said that if I was going to be on board of getting into a relationship with the guy and it didn't work, let me go ahead and turn this around on you, Athena, and say, you and I are in a relationship. And you say, who's this girl on your phone that keeps calling you? I don't know, some girl that we were about to get into a relationship, but we called it off. Would you be okay with that?
So what? So the answer to
No,
that
it's
is
just a
when
friend,
I'm
but we
in a
called it off.
relationship. No.
You're gonna be in a
So
relationship. We called it
it's
off.
no, because if I was in a relationship, I don't talk to men privately when I'm in a relationship because it says
Wait, hold
avoid
on.
the appearance of evil. So unless it's business related or related to like an event at the church, I'm not going to be speaking to them privately.
You just said
And
That's
I
not a
can give an
friend.
example. There
That's
was a
not a
guy
friend.
who sent me a message
yeah, it's not
and
a
he was,
friend.
huh?
Yeah,
Well,
it's not a
so
friend.
then maybe my
That's
idea of friend is different than yours because you said equal. I don't understand how a friend has to be like equal. I
Well,
would say that.
I'll ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Oh
Athena?
man, goddamn.
You and me are married, Athena. What can another woman give me that you can't give me?
Oh,
What can another woman support while I'm not there?
That's what an associate can do. But what can she give me that you can? What can another woman give me that you as my wife can't give me? I'll wait.
I'm not going to say
She's a
it's something
friend,
that I
right?
can't give you or that I wouldn't be able to give to you, but there's nothing wrong with women being helpmates to men in society. That's literally our role. Our man is who we submit
husbands, not
to.
the men, though. The husbands,
Helpmates to society. We do it for our community, and
As
men are a
wives,
part
yeah.
of the community.
As
all right,
wives, yes.
all right. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let my brother speak real quick. Go ahead. Hey, you're muted. You're muted. I'm gonna let my brother speak real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So in regard to that subject matter, coming from a marriage standpoint, when me and my Chuck has known me, I've known me and him, we brothers. We've known each other for years.
Long time.
Long time.
Since like what? 2012, 13?
Longer than that, man. Longer than that.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Longer than that. But
Oh, you're gonna bring up filters. I know this. The only way that friends can happen is with husbands in work. That's it. But even then, that's not friends because the reason why you have filters, and I already knew you were gonna go with this. The reason why we have filters is because it's a safeguard, meaning if you violate the filter, you either lose your life or you lose your livelihood. But other than filters, you understand that, right? It can exist. It doesn't exist. That's why it's not a genuine friendship, because absent the filter, meaning like if the filter was gone, the husband or the job, this is what I'm saying. Like if she was a coworker and we're friends, I fool around at work, I lose my job. I fool around with your wife, I lose my life.
Yeah.
So if you think about this, that's why it doesn't exist, because absent the filter, meaning like a checks and balances, making sure that the woman doesn't get screwed, that's the only way it exists. But then that's not true friendship, because if true friendship has to exist outside of a filter, it's not really a genuine friendship. It's just a construct that we have with a filter in safeguards. That's all it is.
Yeah. Not only that, not only that. So to give a little bit of backstory, I was actually there when he met his wife. I was there because we were all working together. And so
filter. Yeah.
Right. So so I'm paying attention to how they're interacting, and I knew right away, okay, he already showing interest in her, he already moving in. Let me back off. I knew right away. And so out of respect, I don't have her phone number. I don't have her on social media. I don't have any sort of intimate private contact with his wife whatsoever. And the reason why is because there's nothing that I can tell her that I can't tell him.
So I'll even bring up a good example. So I started talking to Andrew Wilson as far as like his training program, his diet and stuff. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he's, a really good person that does debates. Anyways, I was talking to him and I said, okay, let's connect. And then Rachel Wilson started sending me messages and stuff. We were talking and I was like, you know what? I just consolidated the message as the Crucible Torture Chamber. And that's what I call the fitness training program. And I put it together because I told him, I said, listen, bro, I'm not ever going to message. I feel like I have to go through you to talk to her. I don't want that situation because I know the whole personal trainer. He's just a personal trainer trope. It's just really bad. So now what I do, and then you know what Andrew said? He said, nah, man, it's fine. I don't care about all that stuff or whatever. I do though, because I'm very traditional. And I was like, bro, no, I'm going to contact you only through the Crucible Torture Chamber. And then that's it. And ever since then, it's like, but I do this with everybody. If I was going to talk to Bravo here and I was going to talk to like his wife, I hey, can you tell your wife this? Even if she's like across the other room or something like that, I'd say, hey, can you tell her this? But if she was there, I'd say it in front of him. But there would be no this situation. This is how you know it's not a friendship. You would never see Anonymous Space and his wife in a room together with no purpose, no reason or anything like that, because the filter is present. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not.
Yeah, I can't do that. Absolutely not.
Genuine. If you say there's female friends, it doesn't exist.
So I don't know what you're. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, Miss Athena.
No, go ahead.
No, you were going
I
first.
wanted to tap in on what she was saying as well as going into a relationship. When me and my wife first started dating, we laid out what we felt was our guidelines as far as this is what is going to be if we're going to be together. And the subject was, for me, a lot of my relationships were rocky up and down because of somebody from the past being brought into the future. So it came to a common agreement. Now, not everybody's relationship is like this. Me and my wife came to a common agreement. Anybody of the opposite sex that you cool with or friends with, if we're not going to interact and meet them, they don't need to be moved into the future. What we're building.
Yeah, exactly.
And even though my wife still had associates or friends or whatever, I was teaching my wife, we were learning together, but I expressed to her, not everybody is going to be happy with you getting married, or not everybody that's supposed to be your friend is going to be cool with you getting a new person or locking ties with somebody else. So, like I told her, I said, if I can't meet this male associate or male friend, they're not friends to you. That's a strict cutoff line. And my wife said the same thing, and I totally agreed and expressed it. And I said, going forward, we have to abide by these guidelines together. That's the only way we're going to work. But it also comes to communication too, like she was saying, and like Mr. Marty was saying, privately. You're not going to interact privately. If I'm not there, you're not going to interact privately with her. Vice versa. If my wife ain't there, ain't no private interacting with none of that. No, because my wife makes that decision because if something happens, if there's a problem, me being a man, I'm not getting ready to put my hands on a woman.
Right.
My wife gonna handle that for me. Vice versa. So if there's not a complete understanding of what's supposed to be, of what we both expect out of each other to grow and nurture, then you have nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. I can't speak for everybody's relationships because I've seen a lot of people in relationships where they're cool with their better half having these still friend relationships with the opposite sex, not knowing that other half possibly slept with somebody that they now cool with because it didn't work out in a relationship.
Wait, you just contradicted yourself. You said I can't speak on these other relationships, but then you went on to describing the other relationships and saying,
he was giving an example.
No. I'm giving.
Which is speaking on other relationships. I get
that I've seen.
Yeah.
This is not from personal. This is from what I've seen.
But you're speaking on other relationships when you say that, which I think is appropriate. I think it's okay to speak on other people's relationships, and here's why. If those people don't allow you to speak on their relationships, they can walk the hell off because I have freedom of speech. If I was to say something as a prescription, I would say it doesn't work. Show me an example where it works. And they said, oh, it works because we have a polyamorous relationship. Well, it has a 98% divorce rate, first of all. So it's like, if you're the fluke 1% that says this will work, I'm like, well, more power to you. Do you understand that it's destined to probably fail in most cases? It's just not designed to work unless you have a survival situation where the human race is dying off and you need to reproduce rapidly, maybe, but then that's desperate measures, I would say. But I would say, yeah, I can speak. I think you're justified to speak on other people's relationships because you don't actually have to put yourself in a position where you can't speak about Israel because you're not the Jays or anything like that, because that doesn't even make sense either. We can speak about issues that apply to everybody else, because if you're going to give a prescriptive lens out to other people, you are in fact speaking about other relationships because you have to in the part of the equation.
Thank Thank you for teaching me and guiding me, man. I don't do podcasts and stuff, so I
Oh,
appreciate
you're
it.
all
No,
good.
no, you good, bro. You good, bro.
I
You good.
appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. So in common sense of what he was saying, yes.
But see, I'll
It's,
even take it a step further and say, let's say that I was kind of cool with a female, right? If I find out that she's in a relationship, whether it be somebody I know or just in a relationship in general, I still cut it off.
Yep.
I
That's
still back.
base.
I back off.
Yeah.
I back off because I understand that her role is to follow her man's lead, and so if I'm still lingering in the background, it creates a conflict of interest. So even if you want to use the business example, even if you want to use it from a business perspective, it creates a conflict of interest because you have one CEO that's trying to carry out a mission within his company, but then she's over here politicking with another CEO that's doing something else. You see what I'm saying? So there's no way for me to tell that she's taking information that I'm giving her and then telling her man something else. You see what I'm saying? So it creates so many problems that it's best to just, if you find out that she's dating somebody, oh, okay, cool. I'll see you when I see you, and then just leave it. You know, you don't have to cut her off completely, like I ain't gonna ever talk to you no more, but you have to keep it, you have to keep it respectful. Well, you got to keep it respectful and say, you know what? I'm gonna let you just go ahead and do what you got to do. I'll talk to you whenever, but I'm not going to call. I'm not going to text. I'm not going to do none of that. I just completely back off. We're still cool. Like we still know each other, but you're in a relationship. You need to focus on that.
I have a different take on friendships.
You said what, cleaner?
I have a very unique take on friendships, and it's based off of the Bible. It's actually a biblical prescription for friendships. There are 3 virtues that make men friends. Women can't be friends because they don't understand the actual friend dynamic, right? They add a level of emotionality there that isn't there within men with friends. And look, this is going to sound hateful towards women. Women, I mean, biblically, women should not even be friends with other women because there is an emotionality level there that will engage in some form of love towards their friend who is a female, and love equals trust. And if the other female is going through hard times and venting those hard times on the married woman will, over time, because of information flood brainwashing, become more susceptible to negative influences that will affect their marriage. It's been proven time and time again. I'm sorry, but my wife that died a couple of years ago was proof positive 100% for how this shit fucking works. This is why I hate feminism so bad.
But also,
women do not understand. There are three virtues that are paramount to a man's friendship with another man: loyalty, respect, and camaraderie. If you're not willing to wake up at 1:30 in the morning and help your friend bury a body and necessarily possibly go to jail for him, that's not a friend. So when women say friends, they don't mean the same thing men do. They have a different dynamic. They say, "Well, this is somebody that I care about." Well, if you care about them, you're emotionally connected to them. There's a certain level of love that's there. You trust them on a certain level, and no, that should never happen. The only man you should ever invest that love in is your husband biblically. This is actually from the Bible. It tells you this.
Well, also,
I think it's crazy to say anything about the Bible and then you're expecting a friend to go help you bury a body. Essentially, I mean, what you're describing is like murder, right?
Wait, no, that doesn't have to be murder.
No, that's not murder.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be murder.
Look, do you believe in forgiveness as a Christian? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if as a man, if your best friend has done something fucking horrible, he's calling you at 1:30 in the morning because he knows he's done something horrible, he regrets it, and he wants you to help him fix it. That Going to his house and helping him fix the situation is trying to help him so that he can, in the future, redeem himself in a good way rather than going and sitting in fucking prison where he may never be able to redeem himself because the qualities that are pervasive in prison negatively influence men and turn them towards drugs, turn them towards murdering other men, turn them
Or
towards
you are not biblically
rape
sound.
statistics. No, I
I have
am.
a good
I am
argument for
actually.
this.
I have statistics to support every fucking thing I'm saying.
I don't fucking care.
I have a
If you want to
logical
start
argument for
cussing
this,
and
though.
being disrespectful, like you called me stupid earlier.
I said you were
Yeah.
being stupid.
No, you said
I
I was
didn't call you
stupid.
stupid. I said you're being
Oh,
stupid.
that's such bullshit. You're being stupid. No, you are stupid. Whatever. Go ahead, Marte.
Well, here's
There's a
my
difference that men
example.
understand with other men, and that's why men can be friends and women can't be friends.
I agree with I agree with what both of you guys are saying to some degree, except for the other antics. But here's the thing, though. Let's say that somebody, Athena, and I'm going to give you an example. Anonymous, let me not put him in the situation. Let's say that he had a
Put
friend,
me in
right?
it. I don't mind.
And let's say Cleaner had I'm not even gonna do that with it because there's kids involved. There was somebody else that I had as a friend, right? And then some man was R-wording 3 of these kids and tied them up in a basement, was in the middle of doing this, and then somebody came home and then snapped all of a sudden, and then off this person in the process of being inside of his little boy, and he was like, I can't believe what happened. I had a moment of lapse judgment. I had to stop him, and it just so happened that he lost his life. I don't know what to think about. And let's go back probably like 100 years back in the past where there's one sheriff in town. I would have definitely helped the body being buried. Here's the thing, though, and I'll ask you from a Christian sense, since he did stop him in the protection of, process of being R-worded with these boys, and all 3 of them were tied up, and he ran through all these boys and was in the process of doing that. How am I less Christian for helping him bury this body?
Well, that scenario you're giving is self-defense. It's not just
self-defense, but he didn't say
or
for
defense
the
of
cause
others.
of the bury. He didn't say the reason for why the body's buried. He just said helping burying a body. Right. But I gave you a self-defense cause. Somebody, even if somebody walked in Cleaner's house,
defense of others, yeah. And
he defended himself, how am I bad for helping him bury a body 150 years ago in a small town? How am I bad, Christian?
So the Bible says that in defense of someone, that's not the problem, but it does say to obey the laws of the land. There's a lot of reasons why just going out and burying the body is not okay. I mean, the police should be called. Like the person was defending those kids in that scenario. Like in no way is he gonna go to prison for saving 3 children.
I don't know that.
Actively.
There's one sheriff in town. There's nobody else, but I have to go on the word of this one guy 150 years back in the past. I'm going to help him bury the body because there's only one person that, and think about this, Athena. Have you ever heard of the female pallbearer? They don't exist. Only men bury bodies, by the way. So I'd like to throw in that tidbit. But back to this, if Cleaner had to bury a body, and I'm his friend, I'm going to help him out. And I don't think that I'm less Christian for helping him bury a body in self-defense. If there's one sheriff and we don't trust him and we're saying the law's kind of corrupt here because he takes money under the table, I'm not that doesn't make me less Christian because I don't believe, like, let's say even the law, I could trust the law. I'm still going to help him bury the body and just say, screw this sheriff. I'm just going to say whatever. I'll deal with God later or ask for repentance later, but I'm helping him out, man. I'm just telling you.
I just think that's a wild, like, why would you even use that example? Like, that's crazy. Like
all the time.
Because it's an actual example.
Yeah, things like that can happen.
See, this is why I said,
and if that's something that happens too frequently, I would say there's a reason why the Bible says we're not supposed to take justice into our own hands. Now, I understand in the defense of others and the defense of yourself, that's different. But if you're just running around hiding bodies, like, you're probably the problem. I'm just saying. No. I don't think that's something that people encounter very often. I think that's a terrible example of burying bodies.
It happens so long with castle doctrine right now. And then we also have stand your ground law. That's how often it happened in DeSantis's Florida that we had to actually change law because of this happening.
Yeah, it is actually a lot more common than you think, Athena. The thing is that
Yeah.
men who are friends will never fucking say anything about that. But the thing that Marte isn't saying is like, all right, so like in the scenario he created where like your guy friend calls you 1 o'clock in the morning, is like, bro, I need your help. And you're like, all right, send me a pin. I'll be there. You throw your pistol in the truck, you throw your shovel in the truck, your go bag, you fucking hightail it, you get there, you bury the fucking body. When you get back to his place, because you're going back to his place for a beer, he owes you at least that and an
Yeah.
explanation, right? You get
Yeah.
back to his place, he goes, man, I, I screwed up, man. I was doing this thing with this guy's kid and I wasn't fucking thinking straight. He gets a fucking ass whooping right there on the spot. He gets a fucking ass whooping for messing with some dude's kid, right? And then the next day,
Oh
you
yeah.
might come back and give him another ass whooping, or you might wait a week or two. He's going to get justice from his brothers, but he'll live through it so he can repent for that sin. But his brothers are going to whip his ass. I can tell you this for sure. I
Cleaner.
know this will happen.
I got to stop you there. You said he was messing with a kid. I don't. That you're nicer than me.
I'm
'Cause-
just saying, like, you know, like in the scenario you made, right? You know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, no, but hold on. In my scenario, my friend caught the person messing with the kids. My friend wasn't messing with the kids.
Right.
So if my friend was messing with the kids, we wouldn't be friends anymore.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
Right.
Misunderstood.
And matter of fact, I would not help him bury the body at that point, because if you're messing with kids, not only am I not helping you to bury the body, but I'm snitching. I'm
Right.
snitching.
I'm assuming in the scenario you don't know he did anything with like kids or anything like that. You're just
Yeah.
being a bro, and then you find out when you get back to his place. Like normally when you go and do this, you don't find anything out until you get back to your brother's house, and he's like, "Dude, I can't believe this is what happened, man. I'm sorry I had to call you, but this is what happened." And he lays
I'm
it out,
snitching.
right? Well, and to be fair, I mean, I
Still.
probably would too at that point, but
I'm still snitching.
hey, look, I'm just saying, like, the thing is, like, a guy would go and help bury the body, and then when he finds out what fucking happened, yeah, sure, he might snitch on the dude and be like, "This mother, he fucking did this shit. Go get him. He needs to go to jail for it." And you know what? Your brother who did that shit would fucking understand. You know, he
I
would
would have broke his
understand.
jaw so bad.
That's bro code, though. That's bro code. And that's the thing
Okay.
that women can't be friends because of. They do not understand how to have bro code with other women. They don't understand. Men don't talk shit about other men's wives.
Yeah,
Women
that's
will talk
true.
shit about other women's husbands.
Unless
Women will
you're
talk shit.
Dusty or Coach L, you
It
know, you don't
happens.
talk.
But there's a lot of things that go into it that women do not understand, and they don't behave that way. That's why I say women can't be friends in general once they're married. They have to put those friends away because those friends will subvert them from their marriage in some way. And Athena, maybe you have perfect scenario friends, and that's if you do, that's great. And look, I'm not knocking you at all. I'm not trying to say you couldn't be the exception to this rule, okay? I'm not. I don't doubt the way that you approach things and the way that you handle yourself. I think you are a good Christian woman. You probably have a lot of good Christian men around you, and maybe you have something that you call a friendship. I would call it a friendly acquaintance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an acquaintance. I'd probably say
That's
something.
how I'd put it. But that's because I'm a man and I have a different metric for what actual friendship is. Actual friendship is a guy that I will go into battle with, take bullets, dish bullets out, shed blood, bury bodies. Like you get what I'm saying? Like, there's a different metric for men for what friendship is.
Yeah.
So okay. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
I thought you were done.
No, I'll just touch on it briefly. I'll give you a really solid explanation as to why men who are really good friends with another man is not gonna blink or think twice about answering the phone if a phone call comes through 1:30, 2 in the morning. And the reason why is because we know in general it takes a lot for a man to ask for help from anybody. From anybody. So I know that if I'm asleep, that phone call, I'll have my phone on do not disturb and whatever in sleep mode. But if it's serious enough, that phone, that call is going to go through, and I will answer that phone because I know it took a lot for this person to reach out to me. Hey, bro, I know you sleep, but this and this and this is going on. I need you. Okay, I'll be there.
There's a lot of pride in that. I'll agree. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and Okay.
So we know that if a phone call comes through at a peculiar time, because like with us, we understand and we recognize patterns amongst each other, right? So if I already know how he is, I know what boundaries I can cross. I know that his house is shut down at 8:30 or whatever. I know not to call the house. You know what I mean? So it's like he respects my boundaries and I respect his. So I understand that if something happens that's out of the ordinary, me being logical, I'm gonna investigate and see, okay, well, why is he calling me at such and such time? But I won't know until I answer the phone. You see what I'm saying? So I need to answer the phone and figure out what's going on and why my bro would be calling me at 1:30 or 2 in the morning. It has to be something serious. That's why we'll answer. Because it takes a lot for a man to ask for help. So if he's asking for help, that lets me know that it's something serious and it's not to be taken lightly. All right, go ahead, Athena.
Okay. Well, I still feel like that was a lot of words to say something very short and sweet. But anyways, like I was originally trying to say is men and women are different. We bring different value, right? You're not going to call a woman and expect her to go help you bury a body. But if someone in your family passes away, the women are cooking the meals. The women are doing the preparation and taking care of the family emotionally and doing all of that. And so there are different expectations of men and women. And if you look up the definition of friendship, what y'all are describing is not a friend. Y'all have extra criteria for a friend that's outside of the actual definition. And Marte, you use this all the time. You say we can't change the definition of a friend. A friendship is someone who has you have some sort of affection towards that is not sexual and not family. I just looked up the definition literally 2 minutes ago.
Can you answer this question? Are definitions absolute?
We literally discussed this the other day and you argued the exact opposite. You said we can't sit here and change definitions. The definition is someone that you have affection for.
Hold on, one mic. Hold on, one mic.
Are definitions an absolute?
I mean, society likes to try and change them.
So definitions, can you at least answer the question? I don't care about society. I'm talking about you, though. Are definitions an absolute?
I try to use them properly.
That doesn't, you can use Google if you want. What about, do you think are they an absolute, regardless if you use them properly or not?
I mean, if you want to share your screen, you can send it over and I'll put it up.
She's right. They've changed the definition of what a friend is. They have actually changed the definition.
So we can't use definitions because they shift goalposts from goalposts. Gay used to mean happy. Now it means like the same sex orientation. So if you think about this, when you're using the definition of friend, it's like it's not an absolute. This doesn't apply. So I'm consistent with the last rhetoric that I offered in the last panel that I had. I'm always consistent when it comes to this. But when we talk about definitions, this is why we fall into this faulty logic of going to like Webster's or something else like this. And people do this often in debates. They'll do that. But you ever notice there's like 3 or 4 definitions of the same word? That's because definitions aren't absolute. So when we affirmed your definition, and then we have different definitions, it's like now all of a sudden you have different lifestyles and things like that. That's why definitions are a horrible thing to go to. That's why we have to try to figure out what you mean by friend, right? And that's why we have to figure out what cleaner means by friend. And once we suss this out, you can't tell us like, well, your definition's more optimal and I don't want to get into that. What I want to tell you is why it's faulty, why I believe this. And I have a logical argument for why I don't think friends exist, which I haven't heard on your end yet.
Well, I haven't really been allowed to finish each time. So
no, go ahead, Athena. Go ahead.
So I was saying that there's different expectations out of men and women. And I even looked up the old English definition of a friend. I know the Greek definition of a friend, right? Philo. And it's someone that you care about. But as we know it now, it's non-sexual and not family. Although you can be friends with someone in your family, but mostly it's used in terms where it's not family. So it's someone that you have affection towards, not necessarily sexual. And so this could be said with a lot of members in my church. I have a lot of friends in the church, a lot of people who I love, a lot of people I serve as a woman, and we are friends. There's males, there's females, and a lot of the men's are even more so than just friends. They're mentors to everyone, especially the older men, and same with the older women as well. So I don't agree with Cleaner saying that women can't be friends. I would say there's a lot of toxicity in modern society, and I won't get into details, but I'll just say that I've had friends come to me with issues, and immediately I go to the root cause. I'm not trying to get my friend to break up with them, and I'm single right now. I could very easily be like, oh, well, let's go be single and do something stupid. That's not what I do. I try to encourage them to be a good woman and support their man and edify their man, because that's what they should be doing. So not all women are the same. And I understand it's very scarce, but to say it like it's just all women, or just say that like it's impossible for women to have any friends, is crazy. And to say that it's impossible for us to have any male friends is crazy. Because I promise you, when someone in your family passes away, your guy friends aren't coming over to cook your meals. It's the women in the community who love and care about you who are cooking the meals for you.
So who's going to cook my meal this is why men are driven towards marriage, because we want a wife, and the wife is going to be an all-encompassing thing. When we talk about this, you literally created a filter when you talked about this. You said, well, I have friends in the church. Well, guess what? The church is a filter. If you happen to just, fuck one of these men, guess what happens? Now you are risking being ostracized from the church, all this. There's a filter in each one of these scenarios. You went ahead and actually allowed for a filter in this. Take away the filter and see if this friend exists. Take away the church and see if this friendship exists. You yourself could even agree that, hey, I would never be friends with them without the church. Absent the church or any of these filters that I would ruin, I actually disrupt the community in this harmony that I would have if I sleep with this person. But if you take away the risk, in most situations, this is why Christians, even ourselves, why we have to choose things like monastic lifestyles and all this, which means away from the opposite sex, away from everybody else, because we go to extremes, because we're moving towards, the opposite end of this, and reaffirming the fact that we can't have female friends. So, and guess what happens? We revere them even most when we say, I don't even have associates even as a mock away from all this on Mount Athos. So if you really think about this, even in Christianity, we have examples of you moving further away from women, regardless of this is like your neighbor or anything else like this, that you're more successful. You have a harder life, right? But it's more revered than anything else. The further you move away from women, we're voluntarily doing this. But back to this, I don't think it happens, and I don't think it's insane for you to think about this, because think about this. If you bring women into the military, guess what happens? Women get pregnant more. There's also more issues, more liabilities. Bring women into the police force. They get taken, their guns get taken away from them 65% of the time, all this. So whenever you take any situation where you have confined spaces and you mix them up, it doesn't exist. There's fault and there's all these errors that happen. People get pregnant, but now bring it to the regular friends, right? Because I used an extreme. I'm reeling it back now. Neighbors, right? My neighbor's a friend. She comes over to me and she cries and all this other stuff, and I'm doing all this. What I'm doing is putting myself in a situation that I'm now more vulnerable and susceptible to fall into lust more than anything else. I don't want to do this. I'm not saying that it's an absolute that there aren't unicorns, because what you're talking about is unicorn scenario, which I think exists. Why would you want to put yourself in a situation? That's my question. It's like, I understand that it could happen, but why would I want to do this? That's why I'm on the quest of looking for a wife. And I think men should lean towards looking for a wife, not a partial placement or bookmark or bookend until we find a wife. I think that's nonsensical, but that's just my opinion.
Why do you have to be in private to spend time with a friend?
Oh, so you're saying we should be out in public so that way we can be monitored more, have more observance, or more filters can be involved in this, right? You're literally moving
you
towards
could say that with everything, though, obviously. Like, you're saying that men and women can't be like best friends. We can't come to each other's houses and like spend the night with each other and that kind of stuff. Like, I would agree with that. But just saying that we can't be friends, that we can't. Why?
You know why? So here's why. Athena, you and me are best friends, right? I get married. Guess what's going to happen?
Specifically said,
slow down.
Specifically said you can't have best friends.
Right.
I just said that.
I get married to a wife, and next thing you know, what's going to happen? And this is almost for every example. You would be like, well, you're neglecting your friend because you haven't talked to me in like 6 months. Well, I'm married now. I found another woman who does everything that you can't do, and I'm talking to her. This happens often. And would you follow me for that if we're supposed to be friends? Well, here's what happens. When I talk to Cleaner and he's my friend, guess what would not slow down? My relationship with him. I would talk to him because this woman can't replace anything that he does because he can protect just as good as I do. I'm not outsourcing anything to him. I would be outsourcing to you, because the reason why I keep you around is because she does everything that you can do and more. Why would I have you around here?
So here's
I don't understand that.
Here's why I disagree.
Go ahead, Athena, respond to that, and then I'll let Cleaner chime in because he has his hand raised. Go ahead, Athena.
Okay. I literally just had a friend recently that I have not been able to see very frequently because now she's in a committed relationship. She expressed that she felt like she was neglecting me. And I said, no, he is your priority. You have your priorities straight, and I support you in that. So I understand that when people are in relationships, their partner is their priority. When they have kids, their kids are their priority. This has even happened with girlfriends of mine. They have kids, they get busy. Sometimes we don't even talk to each other, but once or twice a year. Like, that's just the reality. Your family is number one priority. Now, if you're within close proximity, and if your friend needs you, like, again, if there's some sort of death and you said, oh, well, earlier you said my wife would be the one doing that. What if it was your wife who passed away? Who's cooking for you when that happens? It's going to be the women in the community.
The last thing we're worried about is somebody cooking if my wife dies. Trust me, I'm not going to be like, my wife died. I need somebody to console me and cook for me.
Taking care of the children.
So here's the thing. I'll tell you this, Cleaner, I'm going to get to you real quick. Cleaner and Anonymous Base are my best friends. They're going to be around me at the time I need my brothers. I don't need another woman filling in the place of my wife that passed away because they can't take her place. I'm going to say, I don't need a meal right now because I guarantee I'm not going to have an appetite. I'm going to need my brothers around me. And this is why we have a brotherhood around us. So that way we don't need to rely on women to be around. Because here's the thing, I'll tell you this before we get to Cleaner. If you're around 4 people, you're going to become the 5th. If I have 4 females around me, guess what? I'm going to adopt the traits of these women and everything else. I don't think it's good. That's why when you say, well, who's going to be your friends? Men. I'm going to have a group of men around us. And I think we've lost this in society where men don't have good brotherhoods. Lodges are being shut down. Men's spaces are being invaded by women. I think that if we have other men around us who have the same goal, mindset, maybe you're Christians together or anything else like this, that's why Cleaner said, somebody calls me at 2 a.m. Oh, guess what? No woman's going to call me at 2 a.m. to bury a body. I'm going to be really leery of that. But if Cleaner calls me, most likely he probably thought in logic and not emotion when he had to bury a body. And I'm probably going to be more likely to do this because he's more avoidant to call me. So I'm going to think it's a dire situation. But anyways, going to Cleaner.
Well, so just to push back and try and give it a good example of how definitions of things have been changed. Athena, you brought up the Greek definition of friendship. The Greek definition of friendship says the principal Greek terms customarily translate as friendship has a semantic range wider than this translation suggests. Philia and oikiotes could both be used of kinship ties, while heteria could also designate confraternities and political associations. That would be friendship friends versus friendly acquaintances. Those two are designating there. So the relative scarcity in the Greek world of institutions for the provision of vital services may partly explain this semantic difference. Friends provided, as Hans put it, services analogous to those provided by bankers, lawyers, hotel owners, insurers, and others today. That would be friendly acquaintances. Hence the great importance that the Greeks attached to their most intimate circles of friends. Friends, like kin, could be called upon in any emergency. They could be expected to display solidarity, lend general support, and procure cooperation. That leads right back into what I said earlier: loyalty, respect, and camaraderie. Those were definitions from Webster's first dictionary before it got feminized. The obligations of friendship were less rigidly defined than those of kinship or ritualized friendship, which means friendly acquaintances. One's circle of friends, however, probably exerted an even more pervasive influence on one's behavior and outlook than one's kin or ritualized friends, friendly acquaintances again. Friends were therefore supposed to be alike. A friend was ideally conceived as one's other self. So this is telling you right here the Greek definition basically applies friends as higher than even what you would consider a brother in some cases.
All
So
right, Athena.
the definition has definitely changed over time, and the current feminist definition of it is so that women can say they're friends with men. But the thing is, the current feminist definition implies a level of emotion attached to someone. Friends don't necessarily have emotion to each other all the time.
Yep. True.
So I feel like you literally just proved my point. There are different expectations out of men and women, and I've repeated this over and over and over again. The expectation you have of a male friend is going to be very different than a female friend. You're not
I
going
don't
to
have
expect.
female friends.
Wait, one
Okay,
mic,
I
well,
have
one mic,
good for
female
one mic,
friendly
you.
one mic,
acquaintances.
one mic. Go ahead, Athena.
Good for you. I really don't care if you have female friends or not. I'm not telling you that you have to. I'm just saying there's different expectations. And I know there's a lot of men in the church. If there was someone who passed away, they needed someone to watch their children so they could handle what they needed to do. They needed someone to cook. They needed someone to pray for them. All of those things that are expected of us as women does make us a friend. We do have, I guess you would say, a a friendship. It may not be you have different levels of friends. And I even said earlier, I don't think men and women can be best friends. It doesn't make sense because as soon as you're in a relationship,
Okay.
anyone of the opposite sex, you distance yourself from them. So I agree, best friends, no, you can't, but that doesn't mean that men and women can't be friends. Maybe in the secular world, how friends hang out with each other at each other's houses and maybe drink. No, you can't have female and male friends hanging out, drinking together alone privately and expect nothing is going to happen. Something is going to happen.
Sure.
So again, I don't think that men and women can be best friends. I think they could be good friends towards each other. And there's differences in what's expected of a woman friend versus a male friend.
Okay. Okay. Just real quick. I want to address this comment because I was getting ready to ask about this too. So this comment says, where's the best line? The question I was going to ask is, what's the difference between a friend and a best friend?
Well,
and,
I was about to dive into that.
Yeah, because Athena said that she believes that men and women can't be best friends, but they can still be friends. So, like, what's the threshold of that?
In the 50s was when feminists started pushing this concept of men and women being friends and friends being less than what the definition used to mean. All right. In the olden days, women understood what friends were. There was a huge separation between women. They understood that each other were manipulative and snakes, and they wouldn't listen to each other about advice with their husbands and things like that. Their mothers, they would listen to, not their friends. Their friends, they understood, might be vying for their man, trying to get them killed to do something like doing something wrong so they could catch their man because their man was of higher value than the man the woman was currently with, or maybe the woman was single. This was something that was understood in Greek philosophy and in Greek ideology. All right. So the whole concept of friends back then was the same for men and women. However, in the 50s, feminists decided to tell women they could be friends with men. And friends just meant that you had a small emotional connection to someone. You were empathetic towards their needs. You understood them. You were all of these other things that women felt for other women, typically. But that's not a friendship. In the olden Greek days, women were held to the same standards. Women held each other to the same standards of friendship, loyalty, respect, and camaraderie. If a woman wasn't willing to come over and help a woman take care of whatever it was that was going on in her life that was an emergency, that was not a friend for a woman, and she understood that. Nowadays, Women understand friends. And Athena, I get your differential, and I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong necessarily. I'm saying the terminology has been changed by feminism in order to start propagating something that is screwing up our culture. That's all I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying you're doing something wrong, because I agree with what you're saying now that I understand. For you, there is a metric, and that metric differential is best friends versus friends. For your best friends, you may be willing to go the extra mile. You may be willing to do way more than you would for like what a guy would call a friendly acquaintance. But that's not the way that it truly is. Like, that's not the true definitional understanding of a friendship between two people. It had always been the same until the 50s. In the 50s, they changed that definition and fucked it all up so that men and women could be friends during the sexual revolution.
And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but that's not my definition. When I say
I
best
know.
friend, you gave 3 versions of friendship in Greek, right? And even the highest level, the
Two.
closest level, or 2. I
Yeah.
looked up 3. Sorry.
No,
Um,
it's okay.
because I wanted to pull it up. I already exited out, but there's 3. Even the highest level, the description that you gave was essentially someone that is there for you. What was the specific word that you used? Because let's see, loyalty, companionship. There's one
Look,
that's specifically brotherly love, which obviously you can't have brotherly love if you're not a man. So
camaraderie. Camaraderie, I think, is what you're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, brotherly love, camaraderie. But there was a specific word that you said. Can you give the list in your description of that so I can
Uh,
address it?
Loyalty, respect, and friendship. In the Greek definition, they said display solidarity, lend general support,
Solidarity.
and procure cooperation,
Yeah.
which is the same 3 things I was saying, just in different terms.
Well, you can be standing in solidarity, but again, doing your part as a woman. Like, and I think that's why the expectations of you could be all for that person and love that person and do everything as a woman. It's not because we don't want to do those things. It's just we are women. We're going to do the womanly things, just like the
Right.
man. I have actually a friend in the community. We don't hang out, but if I need him, I'm like, hey, there's a part of my fence that fell down. Can you come and help me with that? And same goes in return. I like to bake people pies, and I do like specialty pies. Guys probably don't care about the fancy decorations on the pies, but like I'll cook meals for people. I'll do things. I'll watch their pets if they have pets, whatever it is that they need, right? So there's like a mutual transaction there. We're both fond and caring of each other, but there's no sexual.
Right.
It's not sexual in nature.
I
So
get what you're saying. And yeah, okay, so the
Sounds
way
like
the Greeks
acquaintances.
the way the Greeks were trying to define it with the 3 sectionals is, I guess, what you would call best friends, friends, and then community. And what you're defining, like what you're
mhm,
talking about, where you'll bake a pie for somebody, and because you know they might want it, or you're better at baking a pie, a certain type of pie than their wife or whatever, and so you want to do something special for them, right? And so you do that, and that's a good nature, and that's a good thing. Guys would call that community, right? Because we do that in a
yeah.
community. That's not friends for us. So there's friendly acquaintances, which is the next level up, which is like, well, not necessarily the next level up, but it's another level of friends somewhere in there. Which is like people that might be like bankers, where like you got a hookup that's a friend, right? So that's a friendly acquaintance for a guy, right? True friends, though, are the people that you're there for. If they ever have an emergency, you jump to it, you help them with the emergency, you figure out all the bullshit later. That's a true friend. And this is you see what I'm saying when I say, like, feminism really watered this shit down with the sexual revolution time and fucked it all up. And nowadays, women and men have this misconception and they don't understand it. And that's why I'm saying, with today's definitions, what they're saying, where they have to have like empathetic levels and all that shit, and they have to love each other, and it's like, no, that's not what friendship is. That's girlfriend
Mhm.
boyfriend or husband wife. That's not like love and empathy and all this other like no, that's a whole different level, man. That's a relationship. That's not friendship. And that's why I'm saying the terms are conflated now. And this
Mm-hmm.
is part of what's fucked up our society is that they got in there and they fucked up all our definitions. They really did. They screwed up everything so they could get this movement to go through and destroy the family unit.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and speak to this just for a little bit. You got to remember, Athena, that when Carmen was, well, wait, were you on here when Carmen was on here at the same? Yeah, you were. You were. So when Carmen was on the panel earlier, she gave a little bit of an anecdote to kind of illustrate the points that me, Cleaner, and Marte are saying. Remember earlier when Carmen said that when she was out and about before she got married, guys would be approaching her all the time. But then the moment she had married and she had that ring on, as soon as the guys would approach and she told them, hey, I'm married, you know, I appreciate it, but I'm married, I can't. The guys instantly respected it and moved on. You see what I'm saying? The guys instantly respected it and moved on. But then she said, but when you flip it the other way around, when the guy was exercising discipline and respect to his marriage, the women didn't care. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
so in a lot of these concepts, you got to understand something. There's a reason why when men get in relationships, at some point they're going to have that tough conversation with their girlfriend and say, hey, I'm not comfortable with you having guy friends. That conversation is going to come up. In our mind, it doesn't care how long you've known this guy. We don't care. You see what I'm saying? We just don't care. So not only that, but one thing you have to understand is that if us men want to respect our relationship, we expect the same respect. And so part of the whole discipline thing is I know that this particular woman is off limits out of all the women that are out here that are single. So logically speaking, if I know that this woman is taken, she's off the market. I really have nothing to talk to her about that I can't talk to her husband about. You see what I'm saying? That's why when I was talking about, that's when I was talking about my brother earlier. The moment that I saw that he was expressing interest in the girl that he's married to now, I instantly knew what it was. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna be able to talk to her unless I'm with them together. Because I know he ain't gonna allow it, and I know it's disrespectful. I can't do it. Men, it goes so deep to where men lose their lives behind stuff like this.
Anonymous,
I'll even give you a biblical example. So even in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve was given the instruction from Adam. But then the serpent came in, weaseled his way in and did whatever he did, and that created a rift because she found herself striving away from the program and the instruction that she was given. So then in turn, it led the man to disobey God. So you see how if you have another man in the picture that's, you know, talking to the wife or whatever, it creates a lot of problems. And this is why men have a serious issue with other guys talking to our women, especially if we're not around. All right, go ahead, Athena, and then Marte.
And I think what you're describing is like this whole modern friendship thing, which I always thought was really weird, just like hanging out with each other. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? We're not doing anything. Well, why are you hanging out? You're not planning for an event. You're not, out. And I will even say, like, outside of my girlfriends, the only time I have guys, like, is if it's a group gathering. Like, there's some of my friends that are in a relationship, so they bring their boyfriend. I do have some guy friends that I like having bonfires. I have property. I live on 3.2 acres. So I'll have a bonfire. If I have some male acquaintances, I invite them over because there's other men and they sit and talk around and have some beers. We have a bonfire, but it's a community. It's not, hey, come hang out with me alone. Does that make sense? Like, there's a very, very big difference. I don't invite men to hang out with me alone. I feel like that's moving into the realm of like romance. right? And I do hang out with female friends, but yeah, as far as anything private, when you're in a relationship, you have no reason to talk to them. You can still know them, still pray for them, still see them in the community and whatnot, and help out whenever they need it. And yes, even if it's an emergency, you drop everything to help those. You pull together in community to help one another. At least I would hope you would.
Yeah, that's true. But you got to think about this too. I'll give you another biblical example, one that I know you'll understand. So you remember in Genesis, right? When Joseph was in the palace with the Pharaoh doing whatever he needed him to do, right? Well, what ended up happening that caused a bunch of confusion and problems is that he was with the Pharaoh's wife in the room alone. And the Pharaoh's wife tried to seduce him and lead him into temptation. And Joseph said no. Joseph said no, this is inappropriate. And what happened? She turned around and falsely accused him of trying to come on to her, and then he got thrown in prison because of it.
Right.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's another example, one I know you'll understand. All right, go ahead, Marley.
Anonymous base. So since we're best friends, right? And your wife is my friend, I was wondering if on Tuesday she can come over and cook dinner at my house. And then wait, hold on. Because friends is, she's just a friend. That's it. She's just going to cook this meatloaf, but I need it cooked just a certain way because, that's my homie. I need her to cook in my house on Tuesdays because we're just friends, right?
Absolutely not.
Why not? We're just friends, right?
Nope. Why does she need to come over there without me there? Or why can't you come to the house and pick it up?
Right.
Okay, I'll come over to the house and pick it up, but I have something that I need to talk to about my friend with on the way back to my house. As I'm getting the meatloaf.
No, absolutely not. Because you
see how weird this gets when I try to make your wife my friend?
Yeah, because you're not going to be okay if I try to do the same thing with your wife. It's not going to be the same.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So it's a weird dichotomy. And here's the problem. The reason why it's weird too is, let's say me and Athena are married, right? And I have a friend, but my friend Sarah, we'll just call her. No, I don't want to use Sarah because tomato, whatever.
Right.
And we're kind of at war right now. So there's somebody else, right? Her name's Lisa, right? Some random girl named Lisa is saying, hey, I need to go to the store and get milk and I don't feel safe. And I'm going to say, okay, Lisa, I'm going to go help you out at the store and hey, Athena, I'll be back. Give her a kiss on the cheek and I'll say, I'll be back. But then all of a sudden we're gone for an hour. I don't respond and take sex out of the equation, mind you. Now, Athena's like, well, I trust him. There's no sex. But guess what's going to happen? She's worried. Why would she be worried? Because maybe I have to protect Lisa. Maybe a situation happened where she's the weaker person and I have to be brave and stand up against her, the threat or something like that. That's the problem with this is now I've outsourced Athena's protection onto another woman, because if I don't come back home to Athena, what have I done? I've taken away, if we're video games, I get one life. I don't get a respawn or a start button or anything like that. I've used that protection on another woman instead of her. So now I'm outsourcing everything else to somebody else, something that Athena deserves or something she's earned, and all this, we can use all this language. And I'm like, I don't ever want to have to be in a position where I have to outsource protection, providing anything else to another woman. I think it's bad. And this woman presents a liability to our relationship.
Not only that, but I'll just piggyback off that and make one solid point. The reason that Marte doesn't want to do all that is because that's the perks that you get from being married to him. So if he's giving your perks away and what you signed up for, he's effectively cheating on you by doing that. If I put my life on the line for another woman and leave you behind, I'm cheating on you. That's cheating because I'm not loyal to you anymore. You see what I'm saying? I'm supposed to lay down my life for you, not your friend. I'm supposed to lay it down for you. You said what?
I wouldn't say cheating though.
It is cheating.
What I would say is I'm creating more liabilities in a relationship by being foolish. I'd say
I will give you pushback on this one thing, and only in one way. All right. And I understand Athena's point of view on this, because as I'm coming into an Orthodox belief and an Orthodox community, I understand that within within the Orthodox Christian view, all right, in the community, each member is willing to lay their life down or do whatever is necessary for each other. Within that community, I understand there being a difference, but Athena, please understand when we're talking about this, we're talking about this for the rest of humanity. You know what I mean? We're trying to
Like
bring the rest of humanity back to something that's more close to Christianity and Christianity's belief. And so these prescriptions we're giving are trying to elevate the secular mind, the agnostic mind, the heretics, things like that, back towards Christianity in some way, back towards believing Jesus is God and in the Trinity and God Himself. You know, even if they never accept God as being God and they just live by the moral prescriptions, we've at least given them a better chance at redemption when they pass. So if we can even just impart on them these little strokes of wisdom that we've got, that's all we're trying to do. I do understand your side of it though, because I'm coming into it and I love it and it's beautiful and I wish the whole world could be there, but I know it's going to take work. And being in the middle, I have to learn to analogize and metaphor things and get people to slowly understand and slowly unbrainwash the masses. So I have to work in baby steps. And if a baby step means I have to give some on some of my moral prescriptions to get someone to adhere to one of them, I'll accept that. If they at least started hearing to one of them, they're doing something better in life. And in my mind, that's bringing them closer to God. So
That was
awesome clip.
Yeah, that was worded very beautifully, sir. You get one of these.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
I had to
shit
wait
like
until
that,
you
shit like
finish.
that.
Thank you, sir.
I have my hand on the button. I'm like, yeah, this guy's tying it all back together. And see, now that you've heard all of what we had to say, Athena, I think what this is designed to do is to help piece a lot of different perspectives to paint the same picture, right? So it's like all of us are contributing different brushstrokes and different colors to the canvas to help paint the picture, to help you understand more of the male perspective when it comes to stuff like this. Because to be honest with you, us guys, we don't even really use the word friend. If we're talking about somebody that would be considered a friend, us guys would say, oh yeah, I'm cool with him. It's either you're cool with him or you're not. There's
or you're my bro.
Yeah, you're my bro.
Brother. Yeah.
That's my bro. We don't even really use the word friend. We used to use the word friend when we were little kids. You see what I'm saying? We used to use that word when we were little kids. But instead of if there's somebody that we're cool with, okay, that's somebody we're cool with. But if it's our best friend, oh, that's my brother. Like Bravo, my boy Lewis Rich, that's my brother. That's not my friend. That's my brother. We've gone through a lot of ups and downs together. When I was struggling to find work and stuff, he came and picked me up one day when I didn't have a car or anything. He was like, hey, bro, I found this job. I'm going to go over there. We can all sign up and we can all get put on and we can all get some money together. Like he really looked out for me. That's my brother. So being that he's done a lot and made sacrifices for me, why would I compromise my brotherhood with him by violating the trust there, by putting myself in a position of where I'm around his woman without him there? That's crazy to me.
So Anonymous.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're my brother and you're my friend, can you help me solve this puzzle with me?
Oh God, put that Sith shit down.
It's not Sith.
What is that?
It's Sith.
Which movie is this from?
Hellraiser.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
Was it Hellraiser?
It's Hellraiser. Yeah. So
it's definitely Sith.
It's not Sith. So you're talking about Star Wars. This is like from Hellraiser.
Yeah, it's from the dark side.
No, it's not. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
witchcraft.
I don't even know what that is, bro. I really don't even know what that is.
You got to watch the movie to understand what that man holds in his hand right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
so Bravo, you know what this puzzle is once I solve this, what happens, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Not a Sith or Jedi or anything like that's going to pop out. It's bad, though. You
got them symbionts and then chains and all that other stuff. Yeah. I'm a movie fanatic, man.
Man, the pins in the head. The fucking pins in the head got me, dude. It was like, oh my God, that shit looked like it hurt.
His name. He hates it when you call him that. He's going to punish you even more. He's called the Hell Priest. He doesn't have a name. He's just the Hell Priest.
I get it. It just, man, that shit looked fucking painful, bro. Painful. Oof.
You got to watch number 2.
Anonymous,
You got to watch Hellraiser number 2. It literally shows you how he became that.
You got to dip out of,
What were you saying?
I'm so tired. I've yawned like probably 30 times in the past.
Hey, if you got to drop out, hey, it's cool.
I'm so tired. But thank you for having me up. I still don't completely agree with you guys.
That's cool.
But
that's cool. I'm still not gonna have female friends, but go ahead.
Y'all have a blessed night.
All right. Are you taking it easy? All right.
Also, Athena.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
Shit.
All right.
Real quick, Athena, if you do hear this, if I did say you're stupid, I didn't mean it that way. Typically, when guys say you're stupid, we mean like you're being stupid right now or you're saying something stupid. So I apologize if I did say that, okay?
Stupid. Yeah, like that.
Fair enough. If I said it, I was being stupid.
Stupid.
No, but we're going to go ahead and keep the show pushing. We got another question, and then we're going to get to the main event, and then we're going to go ahead and close out because we've been here for quite a while. So if you're still tuning in and watching with us, shout out to the panel. An even bigger shout out to the chat. Chat going crazy.
Bang. Shit like that.
But if you're still rocking with us, make sure you get a stream a like. Share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to join the conversation, click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. So moving on. Next question. The world in general doesn't place limitations on how many children a woman can have. So why does the world try to place limitations on how many women a man can have?
It leads to ruin. It leads to ruin. Like we've had polyamorous relationships in the past, like King Solomon. We've had wise men, but they ended up being learning lessons as far as what not to do. It ends up being bad. So also we have like a theory. I forgot what Andrew Wilson, I think we were talking about this. It's like when you start taking up more women, you just create more violent men in society. And that's really what this leads to. And then not to mention this, but you have a leftover issue that happens too. There's so many issues that happen with this. I don't think it's bad. With one, I think that we have like a birth replacement issue that we have because there's a birth decline happening. I think that there shouldn't be a number put on the babies we have. I think we should have more babies, but also this also supports my other thing too, saying, no, we should divide this. The reason why we divide women amongst the population is because women outnumber men. There is enough to go around, but these women are too selective and actually stupid to just chase the 20%. I think that they need to be more realistic, and they bought into feminism. Saying, oh, you need a high value men, which is just materialistic, stupid rhetoric that they have, when it's like, no, the average man is your equal. You should just get the guy that just has a good job because you're no better. You're not some billionaire trophy wife yourself. So it's like, I don't know. It's just really stupid. Cleaner's nodding his head, but I'll let you.
All right. Cleaner, Lewis, what y'all got? The world in general doesn't place limitations on how many children a woman can have. So why does the world try to place limitations on how many women a man can have?
Let Lewis go first if he swallowed that bite.
Uh-oh.
That looked good, bro. That looked good.
Oh, that man got the dragon fruit on.
That looked good, bro.
It's fresh out here, man. Everything that I've been introduced to out here in Thailand is fresh.
That's cool.
Oh yes,
Oh
sir.
man.
I totally agree with where Mr. Raylis is coming from, his standpoint as well. I totally agree on that because even if you bring a child into the world,
Mm-hmm.
not everybody's going to be fit to raise that child that they bring into the world.
It's true.
So, in the same sense, we as people or men, I'm gonna say this from a men's standpoint, we have to be selective about the woman that we are around. Like Mr. Raylis was saying earlier, is she does she bring that mother or that mom type characteristic to where I want to have a child with her?
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as the limitations, I think it's based on the fact of another point that I want to tap into what Mr. Cleaner be talking about: feminism, the feministic beliefs. So it's like back then there was no limitation on how many women you could have. There was no limitation on how many kids you could have. But yet the man is looked at the villain because he done found all these women.
Yeah.
To have a child with.
Yep.
You make your own decisions of who you lay down with.
True.
But a lot of people, sheeple, if I could use that term, sheeple.
Oh yeah.
They follow what's being presented to them, and they stand on that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the moral compass of the man historically has shifted because of the feministic ideologies that are being presented. Like I can honestly say, from just being in this podcast with you guys are some stern men. You stand on your beliefs, and you know what you stand for.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm pretty sure we can all agree that there's a lot of men out there who don't have a strong foundation to stand on at all.
Mm-hmm.
So we know what we want out of life. We know what we believe in as well, and we're strong-minded that we're not going to let the rhetoric, the ideology that's being they're trying to force feed us. We're not gonna bend our will to that.
Okay.
So in the same sense, we make our own decisions logically.
Mm-hmm.
I can honestly say all of us here, we make our decisions based on multiple decision making. What is the reason behind making our decisions? I can honestly say all of us are freedom thinkers. We think and we make our own judgment. There's a lot of men out there and a lot of women who push the narrative that we should not be able to think freely. Therefore, they're going to put limitations on what we do and how we do. Now, we all have our own justification of what we feel is right, what we feel is wrong. We all have that moral compass here. Everybody that's sitting in the room with us right now, we all have our own moral compass. A lot of people don't have that. So of course they're going to try to place limitations on things. But when a woman there's a lot of women out there who don't have a moral compass, which means they're providing everything freely. If it's easy to get to, a man without a moral compass is going to jump on it.
All right.
So to shorten up what I'm saying, I agree with the standpoint that Mr. Raylis is coming from as well.
Okay. Cleaner. What you got?
I mean, I agree with the prescription that that Lewis and Marte are both talking about. The thing that I point to, and I'm not trying to push back at all, the thing I point to just for society, and maybe it'll help women. Women, if you're watching this, please listen and understand this. So historically, 60% of men did not reproduce because women found them invisible. 40% of women did not get a chance to reproduce either, though, because they couldn't find a man, because 40% of men already had a woman. So 40% of women were waiting for that man and never got one. 60% of men are still out there waiting and would probably be the most awesome men you have ever encountered, probably lay their fucking life down for you if it came to it, provide for you, be there for you thick and fucking thin if you would just see them.
Yeah. That's all you got on that?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll give my take on it. So my take is gonna be a little bit different. Okay. So when it comes to the question, the world in general doesn't place limitations on how many children a woman can have. So why does the world try to place limitations on how many women a man can have? I look at it like this. If you look in the West, especially here, women are having a ridiculous amount of kids and don't have a father in the home. And a lot of times it's by multiple men. But then when the topic of a Nick Cannon or an NBA YoungBoy pops up, these guys have multiple kids and they have the resources to be able to provide financially for those children. Same thing with Elon Musk. We were saying earlier that there's a message going around that says broke men don't deserve anything from women. But yet people are still complaining and trying to place limitations on what the rich guys can do. So if the rich guys did all this work and earned their quote unquote prizes, I know I hate to bring it back to that, but if these men are doing the work and building themselves up and getting their resources together, then they've gotten the resources that are required in order to get the women, spread their seed, and cement their legacy, right? Because it used to be back in the day where if a man and woman were married, it was to where you could afford having multiple kids, right? But see, now with the presence of feminism and everything else and everything going haywire, it's almost like it's a free-for-all. And I know you guys have heard before that we live in a deregulated sexual marketplace. So now it's deregulated to where the women are picking what they want, right? So like what Cleaner was saying, a lot of these regular guys are getting overlooked. So they would rather have a baby and be a baby mama to a guy that's at the top. I mean, look at Cardi B. Look at Cardi B. She got married to a dude that already had multiple baby mamas and had all her kids with that one dude, left him, and then went and got pregnant by another dude while she's still legally married. Now, us guys, we're looking at that and saying she's wrong, but then the women that think like her are actually supporting her, saying that she upgraded. See, no one's placing limitations on how many kids she can have, and she's a rich woman. Just like these broke women that are on EBT that were complaining, saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna get my food stamps." But the guys are looking at it like, okay, well, if your food stamps are getting cut off, you might want to go back to the negotiation table with your baby daddy and try to work something out and get your family back together. But their pride, along with them having free reign and a bunch of privileges that they didn't earn, is what's creating a dysfunctional society. I don't think it has anything to do with men having kids. It's the women popping out babies out of wedlock from multiple guys, and then depending on the government and completely eliminating the man from the picture. That's what's creating the dysfunction. So, like I said, the world doesn't tell women how many kids they should be able to have, but we always tell men, wrap it up, do this and this and that. We always place all the moral weight on the guy's side. We're quick to say that it takes two to tango, but when things go wrong, the man always gets the blame, and I don't think that's right. So I look at it like this. I don't have anything against Nick Cannon, Elon Musk, the guys that are out here getting it. I don't have anything against Trump. Trump got multiple kids too. He's been married multiple times. I don't have a problem with it because he's done what's required to meet the standards of the women that carried his seed and allow his legacy to continue. So if they don't have a problem with it, why should the rest of the world have a problem with it? I think if a man puts in the work, there should be no limitations on what he could do. He he should be able to do whatever he wants to do within the confines of the law. If it's two consenting adults and she wants to pop out a bunch of babies for him, as long as it's something that they agreed upon, let them do what they do. That's my take.
That's how it historically was. And this is the other thing that the Rockefellers and feminism pushed on society was this concept of men are necessarily doing something wrong. And like, look, I've always been Christian. I'm now moving into what true Christian is in my view, right?
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
I'm understanding different things now. I'm understanding monogamy is something that's good. There is a healthy reason for it, right? It builds a stronger bond with the woman that you're with. Like my
Mm-hmm.
wife, before she passed, I had to go into a drug area to get a piece of equipment back for the job I was working for. I went
Mm-hmm.
and picked her up, gave her my 9, and said, "Watch my back and make sure nobody tries to shoot me because I can't go in there with a gun. There's no trespassing sign." I had the cops coming, but we were in Cracktown. So, she sat there in the truck with my 9 and watched my back. I couldn't say that I would do that for any other woman on the planet other than like
Mm-hmm.
my mom and my wife, right? That's it. That's the level of friendship your brothers have with you as well. That's the level of friendship you should have with your wife, right? I mean, you
Mm-hmm.
should. But the monogamy thing, so for the higher tier men, like I'm a normal guy. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not a guy that makes billions. For the guys that made billions historically, the kings, the emperors, the superhuman men, the guys that were on the top of the food chain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Society always understood they might have multiple women. They had concubines. I mean, fuck, dude, look at fucking Genghis Khan. That dude had like 1,000 babies and 1,000 baby mamas, and society was okay with it.
Well,
Granted, that maybe some of it
that's a
wasn't
bad
okay with
example.
it. Yeah. So granted, some of society
They
wasn't
have no
okay with it,
choice, bro. It's
but
like,
there was. But to be fair though, Marte, there was a select, like within his construct, within the people that were in his empire that were there willingly. That was an accepted thing. It wasn't like this is fucking absolutely.
yeah, because
They
if
all
if
still
I
had
didn't
women. They
accept
all
that,
still
guess
had,
what
you know.
happened?
I
If
get
I
that.
didn't
I
accept it,
get that,
guess
and
what
you can say that
happened?
with the kings too. What I'm pointing out though is that we in society, whether we've been forced to accept it or whether we just accept it, it has been accepted in society that the top echelon of men will necessarily have more access to women, and so they will necessarily end up having an extra couple of women or 1,000 in fucking Genghis Khan's case, right? The rest of us men are normal everyday guys. One
I think
woman
it's
for
bad
us
though.
is fucking great. Oh, I agree. I think it's bad
Yeah.
too, but I accept it as a reality because it's an outlier to what normal men should do, and we're trying to fix normal men. One woman for one normal man for one normal woman. Fucking great, perfect, awesome. You'll have an awesome life. Just dive into each other and love each other. The
So
polygamy thing never fucking works out. I have never, not
yeah,
once, seen a polygamous relationship that hasn't exploded or turned into someone going to jail or some kind of DV from like the woman beating up the dude for screwing her best
98% divorce
friend.
rate.
Or yeah, I mean every fucking one of them almost. I haven't seen one personally. Granted, I've only had like 6 friends that well, I'd say they're friendly acquaintances that were polygamous, but I mean, like all of them, horrible fucking turnouts. The whole 9 or 10 years that I've known them, horrible turnouts. Every relationship, it's almost every year. There's a new fucking dramatic situation, or some other woman came into their life and fucked up whatever they were doing with their current wife, or it's fucking horrible.
So
There is no good to it.
I got a question for Anonymous Base, and you brought up
Yeah, go
Nick
ahead.
Cannon. Which
Yeah, go
one do you
ahead.
think is better? Because I want to test your logic a little bit. Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it's kind of testing your logic, but I also want to see which way your thinking goes. Would you rather think that a Nick Cannon, I'm talking about it as a prescription, right? Since you
Mhm.
brought him up.
Mm-hmm.
One Nick Cannon in one universe has, I would say, 10 babies with one woman. In the other universe, he's this Nick Cannon where he has 10 babies with 10 different women. Which one do you think is a better prescription for society?
So I just want to understand. So you're saying that if he has 10 babies with one woman, that equals 10 basic babies. But if he has 10 babies with 10 women,
yeah, which one do you think is a better prescription for society for us to praise?
Well, what is the framework that you're operating under?
So
because I want to make sure I answer it right.
Okay. Let's say that I have something that we should celebrate and we should propagandize, because what we're talking about is like propagandization culture, because in the Black community, people either revere him or they look at him as a period of revulsion or a point of revulsion. They'll say, well, damn, he's just banging all these women he can't probably take care of or whatever. But they can just as much say the same thing if he had 10 babies with one woman, right? But if you think about this, which would be the better prescription for having 10 kids?
Which would
having
be
10 kids with 10 different women, one a piece, or 10 kids with the same woman? Which one do you think is a better prescription for society to propagandize and us to praise?
Okay. The logical answer, do all that with one woman. That's the logical answer. That is the logical answer. That makes the most logical sense because it's less stress and it's less problems. Not only that, if the woman was okay with carrying one or two of your kids, I don't think she'd have a problem carrying more for you. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do as a man and you're making sure that you're looking out for her best interest and being there for her and supporting her, I don't see a problem with it. Now, the realistic answer is if he's going to do that and the other women are okay with it, it's all about what they agree to. You get what you negotiate. But the logical answer, it makes more logical sense to just do all that with one woman, and you're creating one solid household with two parents in the house. Yeah, that would be more sustainable. I'll say it like that. That's more sustainable.
Yeah, and the other problem with this is you also have divided households, because it's like now you have the time issue. You're only one person. You can only spend time with so many households. If you have 10 kids with 10 different women, one person's probably mostly growing up in a single parent household because they're getting the last end of the stick when we talk about this. If we're going to divide up time, and we had to measure this, it's never going to be perfect. One kid is growing up with a single mom, basically, for the most part.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right with that. And watch this. I'll give you a biblical example to back that up. That's what happened with Abraham and Sarah.
Yeah.
God promised them a child, and Sarah didn't believe it. So she talked Abraham into getting the maidservant pregnant, and they had their first child with the maidservant. Right? But then when Sarah ended up getting pregnant, he favored the baby that he got promised from Sarah over the baby that he had first. So then the first child, Ishmael, he felt some kind of way about it when God told him to send the girl and the boy away. I'm going to make them a leader of many nations. Said that in the Bible. He told them, hey, you're going to have to send her away because that's outside of what I had designated for you. So I do get what you're saying in that regard. So I'm giving you a biblical example to back up your argument and kind of tie into what I said about it's logically better to do all that with one woman because now you have one tree that your seeds are growing from. So I do understand that. I understand it. But the realistic answer, even in the biblical times too, they were wilding out and doing whatever. Now, is it right or wrong? No. But is it realistic? Is it really? Is it based in reality of what's going on? Yeah. Oh, of course.
They learned lessons. That's what happened.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Of course they did. So, I mean, I know how to look at it from a logical perspective and a realistic perspective. But logically, if I'm in the position to where I have an abundance of resources, I'm trying to do all that with one woman.
Yeah.
Because
I would agree.
I'd rather go to the hospital 10 times for one woman that I've had a lot of time to get to know. I trust her with my seed. I'm there with her. She's learning from me. I'm learning from her, and we're actually building something solid. That's the more logical solution.
And just think about it. So here's the thing, though. Here's the reason why it's also logical as well, too. Mm-hmm. If you think about this, I'll even ask you one question to get to the next question. Is it true in most cases in modernity right now that kids are weaponized against fathers?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we got that answered, would you rather give one woman one weapon because all those kids equal one weapon, or 10 women, 10 different weapons individually? That's the same answer, right? So if you really think about it like that, we could definitely argue for just one woman, right? So it's like, why would you weaponize 10 different women against you with 10 different mindsets and 10 different motives when you could just have one woman if you're going to put yourself in any crisis scenario with one weapon, right? Less I would say, even if you're going to take a nihilistic approach, less harm, right?
No. You're absolutely right with that, because it's almost like you got one gun, but it has 10 bullets in it versus 10 guns with one bullet.
Yeah,
I get it. I get it. Because if you got the one gun with the 10 bullets, you have a higher chance of hitting the target than you do if it's 10 guns with one bullet each.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Well, and I mean, it's like feminism did push women out of the household, screwing up that dynamic and causing men to like start wanting to do things. You know, I mean, they got into their fucking heads and started convincing them to do other shit that didn't help their marriage. And look, even to tie this back to like the culture thing that we were talking about earlier, and the reason why I say women are more in charge of culture, and the evidence that we have for that is when feminism started pushing women out of the house, our culture started fucking dying off.
Yeah.
So women propagate our culture. They socialize our world. If we can't convince them to come back to, I mean, the traditional way of doing things, we will have lost the war.
Not only that, but if you think about it too, we live in a culture now in the West that celebrates the baby mama, but constantly puts down the baby dad. It doesn't matter if he has one kid with one woman. It's the dad's the deadbeat. He needs to pay. We need to put all the moral obligation on the man. It's the man's fault. He should have wrapped it up. He knew who he laid down with. It takes two to tango. But watch this. It takes one person to make the final decision of whether the baby lives or dies or not. So if the women are bringing multiple kids from multiple men, guess what? They're using themselves to continue the legacy of multiple men. You see what I'm saying? But we always put the blame and the moral weight on the guy. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if we don't control whether we have access to be able to continue our legacy, why are we then blamed when we get the opportunity to do so? That kind of doesn't make sense to me.
Not just blamed, but also we are forced to have the responsibility. So like when a woman decides she wants to have the kid and the guy is like, well, I wasn't planning on having kids yet, doesn't fucking matter. You still are gonna pay for. So like I've been through 2 marriages. My first marriage lasted 8 years, and I warned her before we divorced, about 3 years before we divorced, that if she didn't change her ways, it was going to happen. I warned her at 2 years. I warned her at 1 year. The day it broke, I was sitting on the porch talking to my brother. She came outside and said, "What bitch are you talking to? I don't talk to other women. I don't, I never, I don't engage in that way." Right. I told my brother on the phone, I was like, "Hey, Rich, I'm gonna have to call you back, bro. I'm about to divorce this bitch. That's the final straw. You ain't calling my brother a bitch. That ain't no, fuck that." And it was the next day I got on the phone with the lawyer. A year and a half later, right? Well, so about 6 months later, I got my custody reduced to 0, and police were involved because I was there to pick my kid up on my court-appointed day with the documents in hand. And the police said, "Well, too bad. She's saying you're trespassing and wants you to leave, so now you're criminally trespassing." And they took me to jail, right? That's fucked up. I had the court documents there that said I was supposed to be there. Still went to jail. Okay. I couldn't see my daughter for a year and a half. I had custody of my son, but I couldn't see my daughter. I had to wait a year and a half. At the end of that year and a half, the judge says, "Well, a year and some odd ago, CPS reported that she had some mental deficiencies and shouldn't be in custody of the children. So we're going to give you the responsibility of taking care of both children now. You're going to go and pick your daughter up in 2 weeks at the end of the school year, and they're going to be yours from now on." I had to take on the responsibility at that point because she proved she wasn't a good parent, right? Didn't have the children's best interest at heart. I was given the responsibility. Nowhere in the world will they ever, if there's a man involved, give women, the women or woman in the singular sense, the responsibility that a man or men have biblically and traditionally upheld. Nowhere in the world in law will they do that. It has never happened and it never will.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So when it comes to like Marte's example, when he said, what makes more sense? Having one kid by 10 women, 10 different women, or having 10 kids with one woman? The biggest reason why I say, and I'm just going to stick with the logic here. The biggest reason why it logically makes sense to have all those kids from one woman is because, at least in the West, in America, you can only have one wife legally, right?
Right.
And so for me, I don't have kids. I don't have any kids right now. I'm 37, 37, single and childless. And I've told myself ever since I was a teenager that I was going to prolong it and I was not going to have kids until I got married.
Good.
However long it takes, I don't care. But I know that I want my first child to be with my wife, my future wife, and I want my child to also be her first child, because it's something that you necessarily can't replicate, right? So even if I have a child and I go and deal with another woman and she has her first child, it's not something new for me. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? That's not something that you can just take back. So once it's done, it's done. Because people can lie about their body count, but you can't lie about how many kids you have.
Yeah, you
You see
can't
what
lie
I'm
about
saying?
your kid count.
You can't. Yeah, you can't lie about that.
Right.
You can't lie about that. So to tie this all up, I actually agree with you guys about having all your kids with one woman, because it just makes more logical sense, and it creates less stress when it comes time for you to do things for the kids, because the kids don't have to be jealous about, well, if I had that mom, I'd get this perk and I'd get this privilege. And it creates less stress, right? Because at some point with all these women, they're going to start to allow their emotions to get in the way of things. And they're going to think that they deserve certain perks and privileges over the other women. Oh, well, you're taking care of her kids and you're doing this for her kids. Well, what about us? You see what I'm
Right.
saying? It is highly unsustainable, which again, you guys have said that those types of dynamics don't really stand the test of time. Now, just because they exist, don't necessarily mean it's the most logical course of action when it comes to spreading your seed. Now,
Right.
I understand the logic behind it, but at the same time, I understand that most men aren't going to think the same way we do when it comes to it. You know what I mean?
True.
Because you got to remember something. A lot of men are driven by different things, right?
Very true.
A lot of men are driven by different things, which is why a lot of these young guys, when they come into money, what do?
Yeah.
They start splurging and they start spending it on these women, and then they start falling, and you know they start
Yep.
crashing. They start crashing and burning early. So that's why, at least for me, I'm glad that I didn't really come into an understanding of how finances and things work until I got older, because I can be honest, I probably would have been one of those guys too. I'm young with money. I'm out here hitting the club, going crazy. And I'm 5'7". So just imagine if I was over 6 feet, I'm young with some money. I would have been out here wilding out and cutting up. So
Oh yeah.
God was smart not to give me height. God, God,
Hey,
God, God
bro,
was smart not to give me height.
bro, God has a plan. I mean, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
deny, like, there are too many coincidences in life to say that there is not the effect of God. And you know what? The responsibility matrix is paramount for men, and it's something that I think that as like dads and older guys, when we realize it, like the guys that are over 35 who have matured and understand the responsibility matrix, man,
Mm-hmm.
we got to teach the younger dudes,
Oh
bro.
yeah,
Look, you got to understand, if you have a kid with a girl, you will be responsible for that kid for the rest of your life. If you have a kid with five girls, you have five kids with five different girls, and you got to take care of all of them. The world will hold you responsible, whether or not you
yeah,
want to be. Like, guys need to understand this, but on the other side of it, women need to understand too. If you have a baby with one guy, you only have one guy that you got to deal with, the family, with him, with all of that. If you have a baby with four different dudes, You got 4 different dudes you got to deal with. Every other man in the
Yeah.
going to know that. They're going to be insecure about that. They're going to fucking hate it. You're going to have to wait until your kids are 18 and out of the house before another guy will be okay with it. I mean, there's just so much to it that's a
Mm-hmm.
negative, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Why put that on yourself? Just hold out until you find the right dude and then be like, "All right, this dude's giving me the ring. We're going to get married. Hell yeah, this is the one I'm going to make some babies with this motherfucker cuz he's a badass, you know?"
Yeah.
Like that's the way it should be.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's absolutely the way it's supposed to be. However, you know, that free will, that free will is a different monster, bro. That's why I'm saying I understand that's why I'm saying I can give the logical answer and understand the realistic answer too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get you, but that's the thing, man. A lot of what I do is social deprogramming, the
Mm-hmm.
brainwash social deprogramming. The few little cues that I've talked about tonight, people will pick up on. Also, anybody that watches this in the future, I've given out 2 very intricate details about my life that are cleaner 409 firsts that you will only see on anonymous based podcast. They will never show anywhere else. So for those who are looking for all of my cue counters, you got to watch his videos to find them, motherfuckers.
Bang, bang.
All right.
Bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Anybody else have anything else on the topic? Because we're going to go ahead and hit this one last question and get on out of here. And it's very, very simple. It's the title of the show. So the main event is this simple. Do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood? Do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood? Anybody can go whenever they're ready.
I think that's a challenging question because, and the reason I said the challenging question is because certain circumstances can cause you to lose control. Now, there was a statement made earlier, and I'm not sure if it was Mr. Raylish or if it was the cleaner that made the statement in regards of going out. He said if men had the self-control that a lot of today's women have, that there would be a lot of fatal situations happening in today's society. So me, in my response to that question, I feel it depends on the circumstance. Because there's a lot of things that each person's, even though we all live different lives. So something that might happen to me on my in my daily life, if something happened to me and it happened to Cleaner, he would probably respond to it differently.
Yeah.
If something happened to you and then it happened to me, you might respond differently, vice versa.
Okay.
So in the same sense, I'm not going to say men lack self-control, but I will say a lot of us men are misunderstood. I will say that.
Okay.
I will say that because, and just a scenario situation.
All right, go ahead.
You're dealing with somebody. You're expressing your opinion about a subject matter. And somebody totally disagrees with everything you're saying. They get in your face, start yelling and throwing semantics at you, calling you whatever. It's going to take self-control not to slap their motherfucking ass. Let's just be real.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you have people in this world, I honestly feel that there's people that are put here to test your girth or test yourself, test you, period. And a lot of times you could be speaking something with truth and facts to support what you're saying, but there's always going to be that one person who's like, no, you're full of shit, blah, 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 blah. So if they approach you after you stated your fact and support, of your fact, basically denouncing everything you're saying. They didn't push you, they didn't put their hands on you, but they're addressing you very disrespectively. It's gonna take a lot of self-control not to knock them on their motherfucking ass.
Falcon punch.
You know what I'm saying? So I will say this. A lot of men don't have self-control.
Okay.
But there's a lot of men who do have self-control, but we are also misunderstood.
Okay.
That's why I said it's a challenging question. But that's my take.
See, that's the point. You know, I gotta try to get people to think, man.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yes, sir.
But that's my take on it.
Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Cleaner or Mr. Marte, what y'all got, man? Do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood?
Martin might be up taking a leak at the moment.
Oh, you think so? He might be. He might be lacking some self-control in that area, huh?
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm only 45, but getting older, man, I gotta tell you, I gotta run to the restroom more often, especially drinking these damn watered down beers.
Oh man. All right. So Mr. Marte and Mr. Cleaner, do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood? What y'all got?
You wanna go next, Marte?
Yeah, I'll go after you.
Go ahead. You go ahead if you want.
No, I was asking you to go because he just asked the question. Sure. Just come back. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say some men lack self-control in some areas, but overall men have much, much higher self-control than women currently. If we didn't, we would have an extremely higher jail rate for men. Just think about it like this.
Yeah,
right?
True.
Every woman that slaps a man and doesn't go to jail, I guarantee you 90% of the men, if they did the same thing, would go to jail.
Yeah, that's true.
Based.
Yeah, because if we really had a society where men really didn't have self-control, we'd have a lot of this.
Hey, yo. That remind me of that one video where that chick walked up, that blonde chick walked up and smacked that dude, and he goes, "Pop!" And she just like flew like 4 feet back and hit the bar stool and all that shit, and was like, "Oh."
I know exactly what clip you're talking about. It was a Russian dude.
Yeah,
it was at the bar.
Oh yeah, but damn, fucking legendary. Holy shit! I don't want that to happen to women, but she had it coming, bro. She walked up and just pop, man. Damn.
All right, so what else you got?
Marte, you up, bro?
Yeah, I just want to say I mean, it's hard to add on to somebody who's just said everything that I already agree with. It's just tough. So I mean, I agree with everything he's saying. I believe that the majority of men these days do have most self-control, but the problem with this is it's being ruined by the few. The few rotten apples ruin everything. You can look at the police, you would say police department, which I used to work for, and then the federal agency that I work for too. It only takes one to ruin it. Looks bad. It only takes one person to look bad, make the whole male race look bad as species. As far as that, when we're talking about taxonomical classifications, I think that all you need to do is have one anonymous base ruin it for everybody, and they're changing one law. Like this happens all the time. But if you're thinking about the majority of society right now is actually intact because we are practicing self-restraint. Like in what he was saying is like, if you did have the majority of men, you flip-flop this, we would have no society. You were talking about Mad Max. No, this would be realistic. Escape from New York with Russell Crowe and Mad Max at the same time if we had no self-control. But I think on the women's side, here's the problem with this. I have a book coming out called The Female fallacy. And not only this, but we have women that are in courts that are not getting held accountable by the same regard. If you have punishment for women that are diddling kids, they get half the time or almost no time. Women for murder, anything else, no time or half the time. There was a woman that stabbed her boyfriend in California for a weed-induced rage. She got no time. She had community service. And I'm just like, this makes no sense. So
118 times, Marte, 118 times. All right.
Yeah.
After like 10 times, your arm starts getting kind of weak. Even if you have an adrenaline rush,
no,
20
she took her
steps.
time.
20
she had
118 means she took breaks and thought about what she was doing.
Yeah. And then here's the thing, though. If you have women getting off from things like this, guess what's going to happen? They're going to have less self-control because there's too much allowance. There's an overcorrection of like, oh, I got away with this. It's not that bad. So now we can do whatever we want. Meanwhile, men, the barometer for what we're held to is held to the extreme. You do a little bit of something like that, you get the max as being a guy. So it's like now we're being told as a society to practice most self-restraint and most self-conviction as far as like, what we don't want to do. It's like, and then not to mention that, but society is doing an overcorrection because of course we're the stronger sex. But at the same time, it's like when we look at the outcomes, you're treating women with kid gloves. Like she can do whatever she wants, slap on the wrist for the umpteenth time. None of this makes any sense because women actually, because of modernity, can cause the same, if not more damage than men because of a lack of self-control.
I like that.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
Right,
shit like
so
that. Shit like that.
I guess I'll go ahead and give my take on it. I think men that don't have the right type of guidance are the ones that lack self-control. And I think that because men that don't have proper guidance lack self-control, I think that often leads to them being misunderstood. And the reason they are being misunderstood is it stems back to the household, the parenting, the neighborhood, the environment. Now, am I going to say that their environment justifies how they carry themselves? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's a reason why we have something called a black fatigue that's happening right now. Why is there a black fatigue? It's because so many people in the black population, I can't call it a community, I call it the black population. But there's a lot of people within the black population that lack self-control. And why do they lack self-control? Because it's due to a lack of proper guidance. We're the
Feminism,
right. Well, we're the most fatherless population. You see what I'm saying? And so this is a solid example because black people will get on the internet and they express their frustrations, and to a degree, the frustrations are valid. But here's the problem. The problem is that within the black population, they cry and complain and express their grievances about their problems, but they expect the world to give them the solution and give them a quick fix. But then when outsiders look at them and say, well, we understand that you've had issues in the past, but now that we're not in the past anymore, you guys need to get it together and figure your own problems out and figure out how to police yourselves and get some proper guidance going. Right? But they're still stuck on the we're this, we're that, we're misunderstood. Everybody looks down on us. The white man's out to get me. Right? When that's not the case. See, because I used to be a liberal and I used to think and operate under that victim mentality. And I'm not going to say I lack self-control, but I had this ideology of I'm misunderstood because of my skin color, this and this and that. I was raised thinking that the world was against me too, until I got out here in the world and I realized that because I speak a certain way, I articulate my words, I don't sag my pants, I'm not out here looking crazy. I actually seen firsthand that based on how I carry myself, people actually respect me and they call me sir. They don't say, hey, boy. Right? They actually refer to me as sir. Now, when I go in my closet and get one of my suits out, and I just go out, running errands or whatever, and I'm dressed nice, got my nice watch on, got me some cologne on, I'm smelling good, I'm feeling good, I just hit the gym, whatever. If I'm stepping out and I got my confidence on point, I have pretty high self-esteem, I'm not arrogant, maybe a little bit cocky here and there, but I have a healthy level of self-esteem in conjunction with me having a lot of control, over the way I think, over the way I speak, over the way I carry myself. I think that puts me in a position to where I'm often understood without even having to really speak to people. They can just look. They can see that I carry myself with a high level of self-control. So I don't have to tell people that I have self-control, and I don't have to try to convince people to understand me either. You see what I'm saying? So the biggest example that I can use to explain this and answer this question, I think with a lot of modern day black men, again, raised without proper guidance, they're pushing the message that you don't need a man, we can do it all by ourselves, and they're following the guidance and instruction of emotionally aggressive women, and they think that that's the way you solve problems because they see how mama was wilding out. So they take that same mindset and they get out here in the world and they start crashing out and they get stomped out and they get taken out. So because of the lack of self-control, yes, it does lead to them being misunderstood, but I think it's to their own detriment because they're not really buckling down and figuring it out that we need to get some structure up under us. So that's what I think. I mean, if I'm wrong, right, if I miss something, I mean, because that's the biggest example I can speak to, because I can't speak on how the Asian people do. I can't speak on how Latin people do. I can't speak on how white people do because I'm not a part of that community. Because as an outsider looking in, there's a lot more guidance and structure within every single one of those communities except the one that I'm a part of. So I can speak to that, right? But then if I start telling the truth and saying, hey, man, we need to fix ourselves, I get called every coon and Uncle Tom in the book. It's crazy. Yep. And so even us being attacked for speaking the truth shows that it's a huge lack of self-control because you can't even take criticism without feeling some kind of way. You see what I'm saying? So in my honest opinion, based on my observations, that's the biggest example I got for the lack of self-control. But because of the lack of self-control, you're not handling yourself the right way, and that's why you're misunderstood. So I think it's one and it leads to the other, right? But then if you fix one, then it automatically fixes the other. If you work on having discipline and self-control, make sure you get in the gym, focus on getting your money right, focus on getting your confidence up, focus on getting out here and making connections and networking and, building up your own personal value. That way that translates and manifests into the world with your relationships, your friendships, girlfriends. It makes your family bonds better. It just benefits you and makes you better overall as a man if you prioritize making sure that you have self-control and just locking in and focusing on having some clear goals, right? Even if it's just getting a job, you trying to save up and get that car, you thinking, you know what? Let me focus on trying to make sure I hit up Stacy so I can, try to plan something for us to hang out. It'll be little things that lead to the bigger things. And it all starts with that self-control. And then it forces people to understand you. And then even for the people that don't understand you, they become a lot more curious about you and they can look and say, man, it's just something different about that dude. Let me go talk to him and see what he's about. Like, how does he walk like that? Why does he have that glow to him? Why is it that when this guy stepped in the room, I instantly turned around? See what I'm saying? It happens when you prioritize that self-control. Then you don't have to worry about whether people misunderstand you or not. And then it puts you in a position where you don't care if people misunderstand you or not. Because we as human beings, we're not meant to be understood by everybody. Just like we're not meant to understand everything. So that's what I got.
I think you're right. And look, man, I got two black friends. One of them's damn near Nigerian black. The other's Caramello. One of them grew up in Fourth Ward in Houston. The other grew up in Fifth Ward. I used to hang out with them all the time. I'd be there at night sometimes. And you know what? As a white dude, I got my ass whooped quite a few times being there at night. I knew better. I shouldn't have been in that neighborhood at night, but I loved hanging out with my friends. Man, we'd sit there, we'd smoke. I mean, we'd get a bottle, and I mean, malt liquor hurricane's fucking awesome, bro. So, like, we'd hang out, man. Nowadays, I wouldn't dare step in that neighborhood because of the guns. If black guys could put the fucking guns down, go back to just whooping each other's ass. That's fine, man. That's a step in the right direction. Community wide, that's a step in the right direction. Death don't have to be where everything goes to. Like, stop that part, and you'll start elevating because you get tired of beating each other's ass at some point, right? So, like, just put the fucking guns down and get back to beating each other's ass, and you'll all start learning some shit, and you'll get better. You'll have to, because you'll
Right.
grow out of it. But you can't grow out of it if you keep killing each other. Stop that shit.
Yeah,
Don't even
but
be doing that.
no, you're right. But you know what though? See, I like conversations like this because we're addressing the issue, but at the same time, this is just one of those things where the painful truth and the harsh reality is this. You understand and you come to an understanding at some point that it's just some people that you can't save, bro.
I know.
It doesn't matter how much we talk about it, how much we want better for certain people. It's just one of those things where it's like you just got to stand back. You got to love them from a distance, and you have to give them time and space to want it for themselves. Because when you give them time and space to want it for themselves, and then they have that moment of clarity, that's when they're ready to receive the sound doctrine. You see what I'm saying? They have to be sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm under the firm belief that a person doesn't really decide to make changes in their lives until they get fed up. You have to be fed up.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't matter how much grandma tells you, baby, you don't need to be out in the streets like that. You know, baby, you don't need to be out there like that. Yeah, I know, grandma. I know. I'm gonna do right. I'm gonna do better. You see what I'm saying? You have people around you that want to see you win, and they're giving you the sound doctrine, but you're just not fed up to where you're ready to receive it. And I think that's a huge problem. So for us,
I agree.
so for us men on the panel, we just got to focus on making sure that we follow sound doctrine and make sure that we make the necessary changes and improvements in our own lives first. Right? So that way we're leading by example and we're creating a catalyst for future change. You know how they always say be the change you want to see in the world? It has to start somewhere, bro. We gotta be the ones to do it.
Yeah. The reason that I'll go ahead and say it when I'm given the chance.
Go ahead.
I used to have three black friends.
Mhm.
Two of them put their guns down because they were taught by guys like you, Marte, by guys like Louise, by guys like me that said, "Hey man, just stop with the gun shit. It ain't worth your fucking life. Like,
Mhm.
if you got a beef with somebody, go punch it out, get it out of your system. They'll be alive later." Two of them put their guns down. One of them lost his life because he still had some beef, and some asshole decided to bring a gun to a fist fight. The
There you
other one
go.
survived through it, and he grew up. And you know what, man? I wish I still had three black friends. I
Mhm.
wish I did. One of them's off of Richmond in a graveyard, and we still visit him from time to time. And we still say, you know what? Thank God you tried to do the right thing, because it changed some other dudes that we didn't even fucking know. We don't call friends. They put their guns down, moved out of that community, did better. And if I can affect one, just one person, if I can help
Mhm.
just one person, it's fucking worth it.
But you know what? It's funny how you say you still wish you had three black friends, right? Well, you being on this panel and having this conversation with us, no matter how uncomfortable it gets, it's necessary. And because of that, you just gained three new black friends.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
I
Now,
fucking appreciate it. And if any of y'all ever come to Houston, let me know. I will take you to the best Mexican restaurant in fucking town.
well, I'm about 3 hours away from you. I'm in San Antonio, bro.
No
I'm trying to
shit.
move there next year.
Yeah, I'm in
Shit.
San Antonio.
And
and
matter
then
of fact,
Marte's over in Arizona. He's like a couple.
let me get some fried chicken. I just need the fried chicken spot. Give me some great drink. You know, that's all I need. I don't care about the stereotypes. That's delicious, man. So,
yeah.
Man, we had a great chicken joint, and it fucking closed down here.
I'm about to blow y'all mind right quick.
Let's go.
Cause Marty said something about fried chicken.
Delicious.
McDonald's in Thailand sells fried chicken.
Oh, I know about that. Yep.
Is it good?
On YouTube channel.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
I haven't tried it yet. I have not tried it yet because I don't eat McDonald's. But since we're in a new country, I figure I might take that risk. I will be putting it out there.
Hold on. Stop the show. All right, now run that back. Run that back.
McDonald's in Thailand sell chicken. Like in the U.S., McDonald's markets the burgers. Thailand, they market the fried chicken more than the burgers.
Wow.
That sounds delicious, man.
Oh, wait. There's more. KFC. The KFC out here, you can get a chicken bowl with rice, not potatoes.
That's
not
awesome.
Potatoes.
You making me hungry, man. Stop talking. Stop that. I'm gonna need some great drink with that too.
You still get biscuits and gravy?
Look, you got the chat hungry too. It's probably real chicken out there. Yeah,
man.
See?
You can still get it on the side, so you can get a whole meal. So of course their currency is different here. You can get a whole meal for like $6.
Wow. Yeah, their currency is
two pieces of fried chicken, a chicken bowl with rice and spices, and then do they have biscuits? They don't have biscuits. They have rolls, soft rolls.
Okay.
So you get a soft roll, a chicken bowl with the rice and the spices, and then 2 pieces of fried chicken.
If they still got that pepper gravy, at least you can put it on the rice.
Yes. Oh, that sounds so good.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Shit.
Man. You can still get the mashed potatoes and gravy, and they also give you 2 chicken nuggets. $6.
Damn, man.
So how many baht is that?
That's like what, 400 something baht.
Really?
486 baht. Yes.
You know, even if it's another animal and not chicken, I still eat it if they cook it right. I got barbecue sauce and hot sauce. That's all I need, man.
Oh, there you go.
I don't care. I'll put some Louisiana. I'll bring Louisiana hot sauce over to Thailand to eat some cat or bird or fish, whatever it is.
They have Texas Pete hot sauce out here.
Look, Cam the King says if Asians own a restaurant, it's not chicken, it's cat.
Yeah. I'll eat a cat in a heartbeat. I don't care. Ain't gonna be the last time I eat some pussy. So it's like,
I'm putting up. I'm putting a video vlog together that's going to be on the YouTube channel. So I'm just putting it together. I'm gonna share my experiences as far as the food, the travel from the U.S. to here, how much it ran, how much it cost, looking at different properties. We're doing a property hunt right now to find us a good condo. The cost of living out here is very affordable. So I'm going to be putting all that up on the Bravo Tango YouTube channel shortly. I'm still putting it together. But yeah, man, McDonald's fried. I only want to bring up the fried chicken part because Marty was talking about some fried chicken.
Yeah.
Hold on. You keep calling me Marty. I'm thinking Back to the Future. I'm like, it's Marte. There you go.
My apologies. I'm gonna just stick with Mr. Pro. That's what I said in the beginning.
No, so wait, hold on. If you can say Marty and then make me white, and then we talk about fried chicken, but I'm black only when it comes to food, and I'm white when it comes to the name. That's crazy, man.
Oh man. And then you gotta look. Yeah, you don't want
to. You lying. You being two black friends and a white friend. Cleaner.
Hey, look.
That's really what it was.
Hey, look. You about to make Marte mad. You got to remember he used to work in law enforcement too.
FBI, open up!
Oh man, that's
Watch out,
crazy, man.
You better protect your fucking vases, because them fucking agent guys like to destroy vases as soon as they raid a house. They'd be
I'm
like,
gonna go to Bravo
vase,
Tango,
fuck you, vase, pop.
do an extradition to the U.S. I already see what I'm gonna have to do. It's crazy. I see what I'm gonna have to do.
So Mr. Marte, he had mentioned the fried chicken. I just want to throw that out there, man. Okay. McDonald's out here markets fried chicken more than they market.
You see how it sounds
That's
appropriate?
wild.
Because now it's a Marte eating fried chicken instead of a Marty eating a fried chicken.
Yeah.
You just made it sound more culturally appropriate. I appreciate that. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's all love, man. It's all
Misgen, you instead of misgendering me, you misraced me, man. Racial. What would that even be called when you miss racial? Like, what would that be called if you miss my race?
Racial profiling?
No, it's not racial profiling. It's like if you call me the wrong race.
Yeah.
We need to come up with a word for that. If you miss racial, whatever that is, I'm gonna figure out a word and invent it.
No. I got you. It's like Uncle Ruckus off of Boondocks. You got revitiligo.
Oh, fucking Uncle Tommen.
He got revitiligo.
As if Transformers can do this, I should be able to do this for a race too. So, yeah,
that motherfucker thought he was a white dude and got revitiligo turned black. That's insane, man. That boy mama was crazy, man.
He's my hero.
His mama just fucked his head all up.
My hero. That's my favorite guy in the world, man.
Or he's like the male version. He's like the male version of Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, I love Uncle Ruckus, man.
Shit, dude, I love the ones where Grandpa and Stink Meaner will be going at it, man. Holy
man,
shit.
Stink Meaner is crazy.
Don't stop on a man's fucking shoes, bro. No, holy shit. I'll tell you what, that whole series was a good show, man. It showed off the weaknesses and tried to make fun of them so that people would move away from them, And I loved that. I thought it was good, and it helped some people. It did, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, cultural classic. But anyway, does anybody else got anything else on this last question? So we can go ahead and get ready to wrap this show up, man. We've been here. This is almost like a shift at the job.
Too long. I know, man.
I would like to know Bravo Tango's channel, though. He said he was going to be doing a vlog on things he eats and shit. I would like to get his channel so that I can sub up to that, because I'd like to see some of that. I want to know what that chicken tastes like in Thailand.
Hey, if you want to, you
McDonald's.
you could post a link to your channel in the back chat. You'll look over to the side, you'll see something that says private chat, and then you could post a link there, and then I'll put the link in the description of the video, and then I'll put everybody's contact info in the pinned comment on the comment section on the video, because it's like I want people to be able to find you guys. So if they really rock with what you guys are saying and what you guys are about, then they can dig deeper into what you guys got going on. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to wrap this show up. We're gonna do final thoughts, and then we're gonna do last shout outs, and then we're gonna go ahead and close it out. So Mr. Cleaner, final thoughts. How was the show for you? Hate it? Love it? How was it for you, brother?
I loved it. I really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed listening to your past streams ever since I subbed up to your channel. I think you do a good job of trying to identify some points. Trying to get people to I think you do a good job of trying to get people out of the social paradigm that we're fucking stuck in, that's got us all screwing things up, man. And if I can be over here to support it on occasion, I'd absolutely love it, and I'd really appreciate it.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely more than welcome to come back. That's what I'm saying. I'll open up my channel and my conversations to where other people can chime in, because I think that everybody has something to contribute and something to bring to the table. Even if we disagree, you're still bringing something to the table, and you're bringing something to the conversation, and you're not just camming up and just being silent the whole time. As long as you say something, I'm cool with that. Give your boy something to work with.
Absolutely. I get you. Then I'll tell you what, I'm heavy on debates. And if you ever find yourself in a 2v2 needing a debate partner, look me up, man. I'll back you up 100%.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So if we team up, this is how it's going to be.
So you want to pop that shit, get your motherfucking cranium crack, nigga. Step on up.
That's right, man. We going back to the old school.
Bang,
Yeah.
bang,
Yes,
bang.
sir.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
That's
Shit
how
like
it's gonna
that.
be.
Shit like
Back
That's how
back
it's
to
gonna be.
fucking 1980s biblical Dre and fucking DMX, yeah. And I don't know, not all the D12. A couple of the guys in D12. Some of them were like, you know.
All right. So with that being said, man, where can the people find you, brother?
At Cleaner 409. But as normal, if I'm ever doing a panel, I typically leave the content up to the person that I'm doing the panel with. So if you want to
Okay.
watch anything that's got me in it, you're probably going to have to go to the place that I show you in my link description on my page.
Okay.
And I
Sounds
will link
good.
it.
All right. Sounds good. All right, Mr. Marte, final thoughts. Hate it, love it. How was the show for you, brother?
I think it was a pretty good show. I mean, I would say if you need a debate partner, but you already got one. So I like soloing these people by myself, like First Amendment got destroyed in my last debate. And then I like soloing other people. I will also solo, I think there's another debate I have on the 19th. I'll be representing the red pill and stating why it doesn't harm men. That's going to be easy W for me. But that's the thing though, is like moving on to this, you can find me at On the Edge with Marte on my channel, and you can look me up at Mighty Marte on X, and also _ the Real Mighty Mouse on Instagram. As far as my channel, you guys can tune in. I don't know if my content's for you, but I do a variety of content. I do debate reviews, and I also do debates like I just.
All right.
Ultimate combo.
All right. My brother, Mr. Lewis, Bravo Tango LLC. Final thoughts. How was the show, man? You hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
This was a great experience for me. First time doing a whole show, and let alone staying on this long. I appreciate the knowledge that I've learned and gained from just being here with you gentlemen. And even the ladies that was here too, you know. I don't really do podcasts and stuff like that, but I'm breaking out of that shell because of how I used to stay closed in. I wasn't really trying to get out there as far as a people person. But I've learned a lot being here in Marte, Mr. Marte.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the knowledge as far as the perspectives. So I do appreciate that. And you also just gave me a little more fuel to propel my rocket to where I'm trying to head to. I mostly do clothing. So the Bravo Tango LLC is an actual clothing brand that I'm a part of. I'm the COO of it. So, you know, this is a good introduction for me to try to build the brand even stronger. But on the YouTube page, I will be doing the video vlogging as well. So I'm happy to be here, man. The Lord has blessed me to be able to wake up today and had to share this moment, which I feel was needed with everybody. So I do appreciate it.
All right. So where can the people find you, bro?
Sadly, you're not gonna be able to find me, but you can go to Bravo Tango and I'll be around. I don't have a social media setup anymore because I want to focus on the brand. So if I can help push the business, that's where you'll find me.
Well, wait a minute. Earlier you said you're gonna be doing some vlogs and uploading it to the channel.
It's on the YouTube channel, but the main purpose of that YouTube channel is to market the brand.
Okay,
but
that's
gonna
cool. That's cool.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm
Cool.
adding my personal video vlog, I guess what you call it, on there. But somewhere in that vlog, you're gonna see the brand. So.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I said it's marketing the fashion as well.
Well, what you do, you said you do some things with fashion. What you do a quick video snippet of what you do. And if I know anybody that's doing that, I'm going to send them to your YouTube page and they'll put comments on that video and you can hit them back up, you know?
Fair enough. I do appreciate it.
There you go.
Ultra combo!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I put the YouTube channel in the private though, so and I've also subscribed. I've subscribed to everybody, so whenever y'all go live,
all right,
because the timeline is different. But whenever I get that notification, I'll jump on and try to tune in.
Okay, cool. All right. So
I definitely want to. I want to say one more thing. I definitely I definitely want to tune in to Mr. Marte because I can feel he got some heat he gonna be shooting, and I want to catch it.
I got some
Marte's
really
good.
controversial
Now, hey, yeah, this
content
hey,
too. So
yeah, this guy's a powerhouse.
Oh yeah, he's a good debater, man. He really is. I mean, I watch a number of his fucking
you,
debates.
you sure about that?
He's
Because a Grokgate happened, so I don't
oh
know if I'm that.
man,
Mm.
I know what you were doing with Grokgate. I know what you were doing with that shit. You were testing some shit out. I know that. I'm not stupid. I've watched
I
your other
did.
videos.
I did try
I'm
that
not a
out. It was.
dumbass, man.
I'll say this: it was the first time I tried that, and I'm just like, this should. The reason why it sucks is because if you're reading that, you can't like use that if somebody counters really quick. Then it's
Yeah.
like, damn, man, I can't really respond with this exact thing. I have to switch it up. Like that's why it's not really that dependable because the human nature and nuance, it's not what's written down. It's like debates change all the time, and then the second that anonymous base says, "Well, no, what about this hypothetical?" That just
Yeah.
loses me time because now I have to type it in, and I'm like, now I'm losing time when I could just respond if I need to just work on my, just me working on my instinct and all this other stuff. It's like, you lose skills when you
Yeah.
do that.
The quick-wittedness whenever you're having a back and forth in the debate. And like I
You
said,
lose that,
I've
man.
watched
Yeah.
bro, I've watched your past debates. I know that you don't always use that shit. I can tell. Like
Yeah.
I've got a good reputation for identifying AI whenever someone's using it, when it's in text messages, all of that shit. Like I can identify that shit damn near to a fucking pinpoint. What version, whether it's the Chinese version, whether it's Grok, whether it's Chat Graper, whether it's
Yeah.
whichever fucking one. I mean, I'm pretty good at it, and I can tell you, I know you don't use it in the past videos and in your past debates. I can
Yeah.
tell that. I know you're doing something that night, some kind of experiment. There was a couple of nights you did an experiment. All right, cool, whatever. You move past it, and I mean, you don't need that shit because you are an awesome fucking debater, Marte.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't need that. But that's the thing, though, is like I think to a degree it'll handicap me because once you become dependent on this, now all of a sudden you have to keep doing that. And I think, and the problem with this is like my Jubilee debate is going to be released on the 16th, and then I have to go back to Jubilee and I'm going to do another debate. What are the chances they're going to allow me to bring Grok in person in Ireland? But never. It's never going to fucking happen. So I actually have to develop real skills and do this, and I have to really destroy people in real time because what's going to happen is people like you are going to call me out in bullshit, and I can't have that happen because also that's a chink in my reputation. So doing IRL debates is going to be better for me in the future too. So it's good.
Yeah.
All right.
You got it, man. You got it.
All right. You know what? You said your Jubilee thing is coming out on the 16th, right?
Yeah, the Sunday of 16th on the Sunday. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was wondering, because I went on Jubilee's channel and I was looking for it because I was gonna do a reaction to it. I was gonna just watch the whole thing and I was gonna react to it.
Oh, I destroyed the shit out of this guy. So what happened though is so Jubilee real quick, not to because this isn't going to ruin it for you. When we act like we're running to go to the chair, that's all scripted, by the way. They say, okay, we have to raise our hand if we have a question, and they'll say, okay, you can go, but everybody else has to act like they're running towards the chair, but you go. And then every time they say cut, we're going to react like we're mind you, I was so close to the chair I could reach out and just touch it. And then they had to stop it because I fucked it up all the time. They were like, no, you have to take a longer time acting like you're getting up. And I'm like, this looks so unrealistic. How do I not only do I have to be a good actor, I have to be a good debater. And I'm like, this is fucking retarded. It's stupid.
It's doing too much. It's too many theatrics. I get it.
Some of them, as you're going through it, man, you're going to learn. And Andrew had to deal with this shit too. I know, man. It sucks, but some of it you have to learn being theatrical in order to get into those debate areas and whatnot. And look, man, I run around a lot of libtard spaces. A lot of people say that I'm on the lefty side because I approach a neutral approach, trying to undo the brainwashing. I'm not, but I have to go there because that's where the enemy's at.
Well, another thing, too, Cleaner, real quick, with the Jubilee debate that you'll see, I'll just give you a heads up on this. I only went up one time. And when I asked them, hey, how come I only went up one time? The lady told me this. I don't know if this is good or bad. She said, we have to make it fair for everybody. I destroyed this guy so fucking bad that she was like, yeah, we need to make it look like it's fair. And we need to make it look like it's just a good, long, hard fight for the other guy. And I was like, So what you're saying is I destroyed this guy and she just walked up and I was like, okay.
You did. Yeah, I don't even have to watch it. If they only let you up once, then yeah, because they've let other people up 2 or 3 times before on some. So yeah. Yeah.
And here's the other thing too. It was me and another Orthodox guy. We're both from Arizona, and I didn't know that. It was really weird. Everybody else didn't have an argument. They had questions. So it was only me and somebody else that had an argument, by the way. And everybody else was like, is it true that you're a millionaire and you don't really want to share your money? I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with the topic? None of these arguments you have. So me and some other kid had an argument. You'll see. Nobody else had one. It was weird. It was like nobody ever debated before and showed up.
Well, I look forward to seeing that one. I can't wait till it hits.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the lookout for it too because I want to react to it. I gotta react. I have to react to it. I just got to.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I destroyed the shit out of this guy. He had no response for me that could really answer the question. It was like, good luck, bros.
All right. So with that being said, we still got 40 people on the live stream. Shout out to y'all, man. Now, with that being said, go ahead and talk about next week's show. I touched on it briefly earlier. So, next week's show is going to be the first potluck show. What does that mean? That means that there is no definitive topic, and panelists that want to come up, you can present a question or a topic that you want to discuss on the show because it gives other people a chance to contribute something that maybe they wanted to talk about but don't necessarily have a platform to speak on it on. And I want to extend the olive branch to the future panelists that want to come up. You can offer up a question, you can offer up a topic, and it will be addressed on the potluck show. So free for all. Anybody can pull up, anybody can ask any question they want. So that's going to be the show for next week.
Saturday, you said, right?
Yeah. And so I'm switching it up because with stuff like this, if the show goes long, it's going into a Sunday, so it's really not that big a deal. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
good.
Right. So this show is going to be this coming Saturday at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, Saturday, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Cool.
So with that being said, I want to give one last shout out to the panel.
Bang, bang,
And
bang.
shit like that. Shit like that. Next week. All right. You guys take it easy. Peace.
You too, man.
All right.